one who actually knows what the flip they're doing and is closing 20, 60, 100 deals a year. Not your Aunt Sally who just got her license last month. We've already vetted the best agents for you. Ramsey Trusted Agents are the top pros in your area, and they'll guide you to make smart decisions and buy or sell with confidence. No dumb mistakes, no overpaying, no leaving money on the table. To find a Ramsey Trusted Agent, go to RamseySolutions.com/agent. RamseySolutions.com/agent.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Melody Burkett. The U.S. Supreme Court hears oral arguments about whether states can enact laws to ban transgender students from sports, while House Republicans at the Arizona State Legislature introduce a measure to do just that. KTAR's Heidi Hamel is live in the News Center to explain.
HCR 2003 would ask Arizona voters this fall if student athletics should be categorized by 3 teams: male, female, and co-ed. State Rep Selena Bliss says it's about keeping sports safe and fair.
Female athletes are losing opportunities. We have over 300 incidences nationwide since 2020 that document girls being displaced by biological males.
The measure also ensures private spaces for changing rooms and showers designated by biological sex. Bliss says 27 other states already have gender-specific sports designations. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hamel, KTAR News.
Governor Katie Hobbs delivered her State of the State address ahead of her re-election year. Stacey Pearson, Democratic strategist, tells Arizona's Morning News where Hobbs and the legislature need to meet to improve the economy.
Arizona can't afford $1 billion tax cut. We just simply won't be able to keep our lights on. But what we can do is cut middle-class taxes without giving bajillionaires giant breaks. And I think that's what the common ground is going to need to be.
She says Hobbs has been met with resistance from the GOP legislature, but has used executive orders to get policy through. Republican political analyst Dan Barnes tells Arizona's Morning News how this speech impacted her campaign.
Republicans in the legislature are going to put things on the governor's desk that they believe she will need to veto in order to satisfy her own base, but they believe, Republicans believe, will be majority-supported kinds of things.
He says the $1 billion tax cut proposed by Republican lawmakers is one thing the legislature and Hobbs will debate heavily on. Governor Hobbs will be live in studio with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Listen on KTAR News or watch the exclusive conversation live on the KTAR YouTube channel or at KTAR.com at 5:30. President Trump is said to be weighing potential military options against Iran in response to the regime's crackdown on the mass anti-government protests that have been sweeping the country.
President Trump writes in a social media post that he has canceled all meetings with Iranian officials, quote, until the senseless killing of protesters stops. The president in that post says, quote, help is on its way, but he doesn't offer specifics, and he encourages protesters to continue what they're doing. The White House said Monday that the president's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, was talking directly to Iran's foreign minister after the president said Iran had reached out to negotiate. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
The Arizona Department of Gaming is taking action to help those with gambling issues.
The department announced Monday Deserve Counseling LLC was awarded a contract for a new peer support and recovery program. There is no cost or insurance required to be a part of it. Counseling is offered in person, virtually, individual, or group sessions. Each patient will be paired with a trained specialist who experienced gambling problems. For more information, you can call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or go to problemgambling.az.gov. Jania McFarland, KTAR News.
And more information is at KTAR.com. Apple is partnering with Google to have Siri powered by Google's AI Gemini. Tim Worth, tech editor at Mashable, tells Arizona's Morning News Apple has been trying to work with AI for years.
Apple's been working with a few AI companies. They've used ChatGPT to power Apple Intelligence. They've used Google for other things. And really, they've been trying to debut an AI Siri for years, and they just haven't been able to get it to work right.
While Google and Apple are competitors, the companies have worked together in the past. On Wall Street today, just before the close, the Dow was down 422, the S&P down 18, and the NASDAQ down 41. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. And now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. No accidents on Valley freeways, but some slowing on the westbound 202 approaching the 51 interchange. Sunny this afternoon with a high of 72. We could break a record tomorrow with a high of 79. Right now, it's 71 in Scottsdale. Conditions are perfect for a move with Homes to X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
You ever work with somebody that's always scheming?
Yes, I work with Pablo.
Unbelievable.
Who are you thinking of that's scheming?
I come to work today. I'm not talking to you.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking to the audience. Because they're listening. You don't listen. Come to work today.
Yeah.
And Joe knows my lease on my apartment is up. I got to move. Next week, I hope.
Found some land for you.
Yeah. So Joe says, hey, I found a place for you.
I did.
What are you talking about? He says, what? You don't believe me? And
investment opportunity of a lifetime.
Found some
Chris.
land. It's $300,000. I said, I couldn't afford a $300,000 house right now. But now you want me to buy a blank piece of land for $300,000?
Pablo, you and I are going to go in on it. It's an acre.
That's what I'm talking about.
We can put up multiple homes. You essentially would get to live there for free after you flip the other plot.
You sound like my brother, who's always got cockamamie schemes going on.
Oh, that's what this is about.
All we got to do is, all I need is $300,000 and then another $700,000 to build 2 more homes, and then we can sell it. Then we can rent it out, and then we'll make a killing. You know, my brother bought a $300,000 RV, and he said, I figure I can just drive this around, and then when I'm not driving it, I can put it up for rent, and then people will rent it. Yeah, he drove it twice and never rented it once. He lost like $100,000.
Yeah, but Pablo, you were on board for this plan, weren't you?
I don't need to move. I'm fine.
No, but you're going to invest. You're going to build Chris's house.
I don't need to move. That's Chris.
Pablo doesn't need it.
It's a money-making opportunity.
It's a terrible idea. And the thing is, too, here's the other. I was looking at the housing trends in Phoenix, and I don't think it's a good idea to build a home that is in that $200 to $300 a square foot range. Like builder grade stuff, like $150 a square foot. I'm a little bit of a priss. It's kind of my nickname, Chris the Priss. I'm a very prissy, and so I want
better than sissy.
All right, I got that one a lot too in elementary school. So there are a few things that I want. You know, I want to have some
a man cave.
Decent. I want to have a man cave. I want to have a little bit of. I'd like to have an office or a den, right? I'd like to have stone countertops instead of laminate. You know, just little things. You know, I want tile floors in the kitchen. You know, the kind of thing.
Maybe a workshop.
Well, that would be dynamite.
Yeah.
I don't need high-end luxury. I don't need a waterfall in my living room.
No,
that's where things get ridiculous.
You know I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking a 1,500 square foot home.
But I just don't think that the money is there to invest right now. And I was looking at the reviews of kind of the Phoenix housing market, and everything's, in fact, here, this is from the AZ Central. Propping up the housing market in the Valley and nationally are cash buyers purchasing luxury homes.
$1 million and up.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think you're more likely, Joe, if you've got a place that's in Scottsdale, your place is in North Phoenix, which is it's a decent neighborhood. It's fine.
Okay.
I don't think there's a lot of other places there because I did the math on it. $1,500 home at $300 a square foot, $450,000 just to build it, right?
Okay.
Plus the cost of your land, which you were telling me was like
$300K.
That's $750,000. Now, yeah, there are some North Phoenix homes that are $750,000. I don't want to be in a $750,000 home. But you're thinking, yeah, but you can build 2 of them.
Or 3 or 4.
And then you can just do a land division situation.
You got an acre, so you do quarter-acre lot for each one of them. You got 4.
Admittedly, that does bring total cost down to about $5.25, $5.50 per.
Okay,
that's more reasonable, right? That would be more in my wheelhouse. I still couldn't afford it today, but more in my wheelhouse, more tangible to me. It's still not low enough to get the low-end buyers, the first-time homeowners, because they'd still have to come up with $100,000 on a down payment. And it's not nice enough to get the cash buyers that are looking for the $1 million plus homes. It's in that dead zone.
Well, then let me ask you this. Who do you think's going to buy that acre of land that's sitting there? Somebody thinking like your brother that sees an investment opportunity?
This is going to be so easy. All I got to do is just build 4 houses real quick. Yeah, where are you going to come up with $1.5 million to build your 4 houses?
Yeah. Well, I needed some more investors for that. You know that. I was thinking.
Hadn't come up with that one yet, yeah?
No,
I mean, you're talking $1.5 to $2 million to build your 4 homes. I just don't think that makes a whole lot of sense right now in that price bracket, right? Because everything is selling at the high end.
But we're not talking about a house that's on the fringes of the valley. This is right in the heart of North Phoenix.
Location is good. Yeah, no, location is good. Don't get me wrong. I think location's fine.
I thought it was a winner. I still see dollar signs, and yet you're telling me not to.
No, I'm very skeptical. I mean, if you can come up with the $2 million to do it, maybe I'll buy one of your investments from you.
If I can come up with the $2 million to do it, you're not going to see me tomorrow.
Oh, all right. Well, now you find out what the dilemma is, right? I mean, look.
Money?
We had the guy from One Camelback in here while you were on your sabbatical for 2025.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember. That was a whole year that we did without you because you had all those banked vacation days.
I thought it was like 3 weeks in December.
It felt like forever. Don't leave me again.
You can just say you missed me.
We had I had the developer for One Camelback.
Okay.
Which is that's the address, One Camelback, Central and Camelback. And basically what happened is somebody went in there and they got going on it and then they just walked away from it. Well, this guy came in and he said, here's what we're going to do. Here's our vision. And by the way, it was his first time on the radio. I thought he did really well. If you missed that interview, I'm sure you can find it on our KTAR News YouTube channel. But we asked about, what's the price point? And he goes, it's going to be up there. He says, luxury is where the money is right now.
So he was just selling the homes or he was selling land too?
He's not selling any of it right now. He's developing that entire building and then they're going to sell off I don't know if they're rent. I think they're going to rent them out.
Okay.
So basically it's going to be luxury rentals, right? And he said, and I really appreciate it. He was very, very frank about it. He said, that's where the money is right now. The money is not in apartment buildings that are getting $1,000 a month or $1,500 a month. The money is in places where people are paying $4,000 or $5,000 a month for these things.
And that's Central and Camelback too, where there's a number of commercial. There's shopping right there as well.
Yeah. So to your point, though, as I look at the housing market, and then I think about the mortgage rates too. So not only are you talking about, even if you took your land and you divided it in 4.
Sure.
Okay.
Which I think is pretty realistic. Quarter acre lot.
Yeah. So you're still talking about 5 1/4 by the time we're out the door, right? Got a house and a quarter acre, $525,000. Sounds good. That's not bad. It's not outrageous. That is if we can get the house built at $300 a square foot, all this kind of stuff. And I'm sure there's builders out there right now that are going, you're crazy. Or they're saying, I can do it a lot less. Well, that's all part of it.
Yeah.
So then what is the interest rate on it? Because you know me, I've been on the sidelines for a long time waiting for those interest rates to come down. And I'm waiting for the double whammy. I'm waiting for the interest rates and the home values to both drop, which I don't know if that's ever going to happen.
Well, the home values have dropped. Arizona's come down more than any other state except for Florida. Prices have dropped in Arizona about 3% and change. We're 49th out of 50. But, I mean, still, that's 3%. That's not a huge drop. No. And they're forecasting maybe another % or so.
I told you I wanted to see it come down like 20%.
They say that's not going to happen. Now, the rates, what I've seen on the rates.
I remember the good old days of 2009.
Well,
those were good times.
Well, hold on.
Remember when we had the economy completely crash out and then you could afford to buy a home if you still had a job?
They were, exactly. If you had a job and if you had money and if you didn't already own a home that was suddenly way underwater, those were the good times.
God, those are good times.
Okay, so and as far as the mortgage interest rates you bring up, I'm seeing anywhere from high end, about 6.5, low end, just a shade under 6. That's what I've seen.
Yeah.
That's where they're going to be.
Bank rates got some promotional ones that are a little below that.
Yeah, maybe you could do a buy down.
But what are we? I thought we were supposed to be. I thought everything was supposed to keep coming down, keep coming down, keep coming down. In fact, the president talked about what he's going to do to tackle the affordability. All of a sudden, he's using that word, that Democrat hoax word, affordability. We'll talk about that coming up here at 3:30. We also want to get to our why today. why are you not going to get any clear signs for whether or not you should buy a home this year? That's next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
But first, I turn to my right, and for a check on the day's top story, here's Melody Burkett with the top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:14, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. Doctors are calling it a breakthrough. Cancer survival rates have increased dramatically over the years. Dr. William Dayhut, the chief scientific officer at the American Cancer Society, mentions a few reasons as to why and says the amount of people who have stopped smoking is a major factor.
Tobacco use and really drives so many cancers. So the fact that 44% of people are smoking in the 60s, like only 11% now, that's dramatic.
Findings from the American Cancer Society show that 70% of people diagnosed with cancer survived 5 years or more in the period from 2015 to 2021. That's up from about a half in the mid-1970s. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the temperature in Phoenix right now, it's 72 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move with Homes to X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Shout out to Gilbert. Thank you so much for being a part of the show in Gilbert.
Love Gilbert.
Love Gilbert. Why are you not going to get any clear signs about whether or not you should buy a home this year? Joining us right now is our Valley economist, president of Rounds Consulting, Jim Rounds. Jim, I've been sitting here on the sidelines. I've been waiting for interest rates to come down and home values to come down. And I guess you could make the argument that both are doing that right now. Arizona's dropped more than any other state except Florida, by more than 3%. And mortgage rates are about 6, and you can find them a little bit below 6 right now. Are these the flashing signs that I should be waiting for? Because they don't feel like they're flashing very brightly to me right now.
Well, I think you're getting pretty close. And so, like, for example, as we go into the next quarter and the Federal Reserve Board decides what it's going to do, it's going to start getting conflicting messages when employment starts to slow, but we see higher inflation. So they're probably not going to make a lot of changes towards the middle of the year. So we're probably going to see some changes early on, a couple of additional rate reductions. So you'll see it come down a little bit, but don't expect a massive change. And I think prices are going to come down a little bit too. There's even some public policy measures. Government's actually doing a decent job of trying to find ways of making housing more affordable, and it's starting to make a little bit of a dent. But overall, you can only do so much. It takes a long time to restabilize everything. So I think you're getting closer to when you might want to pull that trigger, but I'd wait just a little bit longer, to be honest.
Jim Rounds, Valley economist, president of Rounds Consulting. Jim, you just said pretty close. Now, Chris's word of the year for last year was uncertainty. What's the number one reason that you see potential buyers continue to sit on the sidelines and not purchase homes if you just said, hey, we're getting pretty close? Why are people still sitting out right now then?
Well, even though prices have been coming down, we have to compare it to where they were. And we still had very high prices. So it kind of depends on where you start. And so if we were very unaffordable before and then prices come down a little bit, we still have a ways to go. Some of it's going to have to do with the extent that people are worried about the economy slowing. We're seeing consumer confidence slow. We're seeing at the national level only, 25 to 50,000 new jobs each month, which is getting very close to what you would see just before a downturn. And I said plenty of times before, when we've been chatting, that I don't think Arizona is going to have that much of a recession, if at all, but it'll be kind of a slow period. I just don't see a lot of shocks happening where, and you guys were just referencing that time back after the Great Recession. That was a pretty big shock to the economy. I just don't picture things being that dramatic. And so I'm expecting just small changes here and there.
I mean, there is an awful lot of uncertainty still globally. Jim Rounds, president of Rounds Consulting, joining us right now, a Valley economist. There's a lot of uncertainty right now. And as well we know, that can send a shock to the system. If all of a sudden we're fighting wars on two different fronts, does that change sort of your calculus?
Just like with housing prices rebenching, I feel like we have rebenched in terms of what shocks us.
Okay.
And so us getting involved in Venezuela, I mean, were you really shocked? When you were sipping on your coffee, did you kind of spit it up when you heard it, or was it like, yeah? And then people are talking about Iceland now and other places. There's really not much left to shock us, and so I think we're just in a little bit of a different world. I think people are going to be looking at more personal things. They're going to be looking at, is my job secure? Am I going to continue to have an increase in wage? Is inflation going to creep up? And so my real income is going to be going down. Am I going to be able to take care of my family? When you get into the downturn periods, that's when people really internalize things. They think a little bit less about, I wonder what my long-term options are going to be in terms of my investment portfolio. And it's going to be, can I get through this next year? And I just don't think it's going to be that bad. But again, if nothing shocks you anymore, it's also hard to predict when is something going to happen that will shock you, because it's just a different world right now.
Jim Rounds, president of Rounds Consulting, joins us. Jim, is there anything that on a more local level that Arizona could and likely will be doing? We talk that there's a supply issue right now as well here in the Valley, that there's not abundant supply, and the governor held her State of the State address yesterday and talked about how we need to, do something about that. Do you see any of that getting better in the short term?
Yeah, so a couple of years back, the legislature was pretty aggressive with trying to force cities to reduce some of the regulations related to new home construction. And then the cities responded by saying, we can do this on our own. And so you've seen some movement towards things easing up some. But, we do consulting for both government and private sector, and I can guarantee you that there's still a lot of projects out there that are being held up for, silly political reasons rather than just economic. So we still have a ways to go, but I think people are recognizing that we have to start moving on this. Now, the great thing about the governor's proposal is that they're going to use some money to leverage additional money to try to buy down the costs of housing. But at the same time, how many new units are we actually building? We can't just have one program. We have to have a lot of different programs, and we might have to get pretty clever with some unique programs where we provide incentives that don't cost taxpayers money. Maybe we have to freeze some property tax rates in some decaying areas and pass those lower rates along to the multifamily builders. That'll create a normal profit for them. So we have homes being built in areas where there's lower income individuals and that's where they live. They're having a hard time finding something affordable. I think we just have to get clever, and we have to, I'm not big on big government getting really involved, but this kind of part-time of the business cycle, and with housing affordability now being an economic development issue, I think that we have to.
Jim Rounds, president of Rounds Consulting, your suggestion just to pique the interest of Jay Huizinga development over here. He's all excited about the idea of freezing tax rates on his new proposal. Jim, we saw that the CPI data came out, the Consumer Price Index data came out, and we've got this stuff that we're talking about with the housing market and things of that nature. How much do you value the quality of the data that's coming out right now? I'm a little bit concerned with what we're seeing. It looked really good, but the pessimist in me goes, yeah, but, we had data that was held off for a couple of months. How do you rate the quality of the data we're getting?
Yeah, and we've been tracking, the state data as well. The state's office that tracks it, Office of Economic Opportunity, has been doing a good job keeping track of this stuff. If it tells the story that makes sense from looking at the other data, I believe it. And so the story really is, yeah, we had these tariffs, but businesses really haven't started until around now to pass along some of the additional costs. So you'd start to see higher levels of inflation. But we had high levels of inflation before a lot of other states because our economy was growing more rapidly before many of the others. So we had room to slow down in terms of the inflation. Now it's going to creep up a little bit. So the way the numbers are moving, it actually makes sense to me. Like, I can put a story behind it. When I get worried is when I see something like, wow, job growth was incredible, but retail sales collections just fell through the floor and consumer confidence is very bad. There's some kind of a disconnect. And whenever you start seeing those disconnects, some very bad economic consequences are about to happen. But I still feel like the story is consistent. So I'm not really worried yet. There's nothing out there that's making me a little bit nervous about what we're analyzing or what we're forecasting.
Talking housing, the economy, and whether or not you should look to buy this year. Jim, what's the number one piece of advice you'd give someone debating? Let's say they have $60 to $100K in the bank right now, so they've got money to throw at a down payment. What's the number one piece of advice that you'd give them in terms of if they should buy right now or continue to sit out?
I think if you ended up waiting until you were at that sweet spot that I think people are hoping for, you might be waiting a long time. And I think if you can afford the home, one, make sure that you aren't cash poor, where you buy such an expensive home that you have no money for anything else. But I think at the same time, you got to balance that with, if the economy is slowing, you got to make sure that you can continue to make that payment going forward. And so I think if you can afford the home, you find one that you like, you can maybe wait a few more months and we might see rates drop a little bit further, like I was saying, but I don't know if we're going to see a dramatic change. So if you really want to go from maybe that apartment to a home, a single family house, and you can find one that you can afford, even if the interest rate's a little bit higher than what you'd like, you can always refinance later when it does come down, and things will get back to normal eventually. Everything's just been really wonky after having the last two recessions were so unusual. I think that we're going to start to get to more normal conditions within another couple or 3 years. And then we'll be talking about, hey, historical data is showing this. But right now, a lot of the historical data doesn't mean a whole lot to me because the data is just different than it used to be. It's telling me different things.
Jim Rounds, Valley economist, president of Rounds Consulting. Your knowledge is so valuable out there, whether or not people continue to sit out or if they do decide to buy. We sure appreciate it, Jim. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Hey, you hear that housing is unaffordable. Then you're told the fix is coming fast by executive order. The trouble is affordability is harder than just a signature. Otherwise, it would never be an issue. The quantitative easing dilemma is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by America Roofing.
Imagine never climbing the roof again to take down holiday lights. With AZ Trimlight's permanent programmable LED system, you'll enjoy color-changing magic for every season, controlled right from your smartphone. January is the perfect time to upgrade, and they're making it even better with 20% off your install this month. Backed by the only real lifetime product warranty in the industry, AZ Trimlight delivers competitive prices and uncompromising quality. Schedule your free no-pressure quote today at aztrimlight.com. Make your home shine with AZ Trimlight.
Need to feed a crowd? Let Venencia's bring the flavor to your next event. We know you have a lot of options when feeding a large group. Ordering directly from Venencia's means you get the best service and the absolute best pricing. There's no per-person fee. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll come up with the perfect plan to ensure everyone is well-fed and happy. Invite Venencia's to the table. Visit Venencias.com, and we'll take care of the rest. That's Venencias.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource. Harsh desert water makes a LifeSource whole house water system an essential home appliance. A LifeSource system filters and conditions your water and will improve your family's life and protect your home. We build, install, and stand behind every system. So start your new year right. Call our U.S. factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
It's Gatos. And guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free when you mention Gatos. That's a $299 value. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you feel like you're 20 again. Gain more muscle with less effort at the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat, get you solid and ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Imagine this instead. You're moving better, stronger, planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January's supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 2:31. I'm Melody Burkett. President Trump is in the Detroit area today, where he toured a Ford plant and gave remarks at the Economic Club of Detroit. The president touted his economic policies, although latest figures from the Labor Department show inflation still stubbornly high in many categories, including certain grocery items and utilities. A report from S&P Global also says that U.S. corporate bankruptcies were at record highs in 2025. But the president says he's disappointed with Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell because he didn't cut interest rates after rallies from the stock market.
And I want somebody that when the market is doing great, interest rates can go down because our country becomes stronger. See, you view it differently. Our country becomes stronger, and therefore interest rates should go down, not up.
The focus remains on ICE after an agent fatally shot a 37-year-old woman in Minnesota last week. Former Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb joined the Mike Broomhead show this morning, saying he believes the agent's actions were justified but could have been avoided, adding people need to stop interfering with officers and talk to congressmen and senators instead.
Eyes on Education.
2 Mesa High School employees are under investigation for failing to report a suspected crime.
The Mesa High principal and athletic director will not have their contracts renewed after the governing board voted against it this week, keeping them on administrative leave until their contracts expire on June 30th. Kirk Thomas and David Kleka allegedly failed to report an assault with a weapon following a school soccer game until the next day. The Mesa Police Department submitted charges for the failure to report, according to our TV partners at ABC 15. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
To read more Education Solutions stories, go to KTAR.com/education. The Consumer Electronics Show unveiled new technology in sectors of the industry, including AI and humanoid robots.
But CES wasn't all about AI and magic glasses. Mashable tech editor Tim Worth tells Arizona's Morning News about a new Lego smart brick that debuted.
Tiny little Lego brick, but inside is an accelerometer, a light sensor. So it reacts kind of as kids play. So if you're like flying a ship through the air, it knows that and it makes flying noises.
And it will still break your foot if you step on it. He says the first new Lego bricks are coming out in March. See the whole interview with Mashable's Tim Worth on the KTAR YouTube channel. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
Now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Tempe with debris on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Price Freeway, northbound near Broadway Road. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway. Westbound approaching the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway transition. A look into our surface streets. Tempe with a crash involving a pedestrian on Forest Avenue and Apache Boulevard. In Gilbert with a crash on Lindsay Road and Queen Creek Road. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear tonight, the low 45, sunny the remainder of the week, but we could break a record tomorrow with a high of 79. Right now, it's 73 in Scottsdale. Conditions are perfect for a move with Homes to X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and ICE is coming to Arizona. We'll be joined by Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. First question, what is your message for ICE? That's 5:30 sharp. Governor Hobbs, outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. We were discussing with our Valley economist Jim Rounds there in the last segment about availability, affordability, all of these different things, right, that are happening around houses in the Valley. Oh, incidentally, too, the WM Phoenix Open making a triumphant return to TPC Scottsdale from February 2nd through the 8th. Text OPEN to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. It's open to 620-620. There, mark that off, Joe. I did that one. Okay, very good.
I'll get it.
So we talked with Jim Rounds about things, and he says, yeah, the prices might come down a little more. Interest rates might come down a little more in the next couple of months. He said there was nothing really jumping out at him that said, wow, volatility ahead. In other words, if you're waiting for a sign, the economists aren't seeing any signs. Yeah. They're not seeing anything that says things are going to get shaken up. Mm-hmm. And really, for what I want to see, home values come down, mortgage rates come down. It would take a big shakeup like we've had the last couple of recessions.
Mm-hmm. One of the big questions I have for Jim, and we'll have him on again soon, I'm sure, is how worried is he that people aren't going to buy? Like, what happens if, okay, Jim, you say that now is the time to buy, that we've hit the bottom of the market. What if people don't buy? Would we start to see an abundance of supply and then prices would drop and people would buy? Like, what's going to happen, though? Because to your point, and I hate to do this, I'm going to Joe myself here.
You're going to argue against yourself?
No, I even said to you earlier today, I said, whoa, 80 to 100 grand for a down payment, that's a lot. Like, if we're talking $500,000 is what a house is going to go for in the Valley, that's a lot of money to have to save up for, especially for one person, but even two. Like, coming up with that money, people may just not have the money right now. And Jim said his number one piece of advice, though, was don't become house poor. Don't buy more than you can afford. If people don't feel like they can afford it, maybe they just continue to sit out.
Yeah, and remember, you're using that 500,000 number. You're just kind of rounding as sort of a Valley average. Mm-hmm. But you can find places where you can still get. I think Pablo showed me houses in Goodyear where they were, you can still get a decent family-sized home for in the 300s. Okay, right? That's great. Mm-hmm. Still got to come up with $60,000 to $75,000 for a down payment on that.
Exactly.
You go to Gilbert, Chandler, single-family home there. You're talking $700,000-$800,000. Now all of a sudden I got to come up.
You're over $100K.
I'm well over $100K, right? Yeah. So the down payment continues to be the biggest obstacle to home ownership right now, which is why the average first-time home buyer is 40 years old.
I'm going to challenge you on that. You say the down payment is the biggest obstacle.
Yes.
But you don't think it's those interest rates that they look daunting?
That might be the biggest hesitation.
Yeah.
But the biggest obstacle is the down payment. Doesn't matter what the interest rate is if I can't afford to put some money down in the house in the first place. Now, maybe I'm not getting 20% and I'm going to end up paying PMI, but it's still, I'm going to have to put something down. 5-10% is still a lot of money, especially if you're a first-time home buyer who's paying increasing rent prices.
Yeah, but I challenge you and I say the interest rates because of this. So I got mine at 3%. That 3%, again, has me locked in and prevents me from looking to move on to another house when I would then potentially sell my house to somebody else.
I don't know how that challenges me, but yes.
Well, it does challenge you because that's where I'm saying it is the mortgage interest rates. You're saying it's just the price of the house.
there are homes available. If you want to buy a home right now, you can buy a home.
Sure.
There are homes on the market. You open Zillow, there are homes on the market. There might not be a huge selection of homes on the market, but there are homes on the market. You can buy a house.
Yeah.
But if you got the money.
But they're expensive.
If you got the money.
Okay.
Right. That's it. Well, this is where, and remember President Trump has talked about affordability was a Democrat hoax. He said affordability is a Democrat hoax. And people said, wait a minute. You say not being able to afford things? He says, and then he sort of couched that and he said, no, pushing that as an issue is the Democrats trying to make something where there isn't anything. So this is where he just uses the word hoax, kind of like we use the word, remember when we were kids and used to watch the Smurfs? And we're going to go Smurf over here, and we're going to Smurf that, and this guy's got a big Smurf and whatever else. And then as an adult, you look back on it, and everything seemed like a double entendre. So Trump is using hoax in that regard, where he just throws the word hoax around for anything that he doesn't like. But he is adopting what some are calling a very progressive stance, almost a liberal democratic stance on trying to attack affordability. Obviously, people got to him and they said, you are losing in the polls on affordability right now. So he's talking about an executive order on affordability, and especially for first-time home buyers. Home prices, monthly payments remain out of reach for many buyers due to limited supply, high rates, years of underbuilding. So Trump is proposing an executive order that would direct federal agencies to reduce permitting delays, loosen environmental and zoning barriers, and make more federal land available for housing. The idea then, build houses faster and increase that growth.
More homes on the market.
Prices come down, supply and demand.
Theoretically.
Our economist, Jim Rounds, was kind of talking about something very similar, where he was saying we need to be creative and offer some incentives for developers to be able to increase the inventory. If you increase the inventory, prices should come down. Back to your point, yeah, you're staying in your home, right? You're locked in at that rate. You don't want to go anywhere.
Yeah.
Right.
And I don't think I'm ever going to see that 3% interest rate again in my life.
There are good chances, unless something wild happens.
Well, and again... If something wild happens, I don't want to see that either.
Oh, those are the good times.
No. For you, maybe because you don't own right now. But as a homeowner, let's just say my house is worth $500,000.
Yeah.
And let's say we hit wild times again.
Yeah.
And those interest rates do drop. What's going to happen to the price of my house? Is it going up or down?
No, it's dropping.
A lot.
That's great.
So how is that good for me?
Well, if you're not moving, it doesn't matter.
But what if I was theoretically looking to move? Because, hey, the rates have dropped. That's good for me, right?
Well, yeah, and you're not going to get as much for your home.
Yes, that's bad.
Right.
That's bad.
It's not as bad for you as it is for others in the valley.
Such as?
Such as, suppose, and I don't know the exact math on your home, but let's just say, hypothetically.
Yeah.
You said your house may be worth $500,000, $500,000. Very average home in the valley.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say you bought it for $250,000. I'm using even round numbers here.
Sure.
Okay. So let's say you bought it for $250,000. In the last 10, 12 years, it's gone up to $500,000. Right. Right. Now, for many people in the valley, they went, wow, I've got $250,000 in net worth. How do I tap into that to buy a jet ski in the desert? Right? How do I tap into that in order to get a dune buggy?
So they start to do the reverse mortgage.
Not reverse mortgage, home equity lines of credit.
I'm sorry, yes.
HELOCs.
Yes.
So now all of a sudden they're going into debt on a home. Now imagine that home value starts to drop. Now you're paying off a loan on a home that isn't worth that much. This is how you get underwater really fast.
Yeah.
So worst case scenario for you, home values start to drop. It's no longer worth $500,000. We run into rough times, bad recession, something like that. Let's say it comes down to $300,000. You sell that home, you're still not out any money. You're out years that money could have been working for you, but you're not out any cash. But imagine if you've got $250,000 worth of loans on that now, and the home isn't there, and you have to sell. Now you're really hurting because that... all of a sudden, what was imaginary money on paper that you turned into real assets to go buy things, you owe real money back on that.
Yes, but Fun Killer, Pablo and I would have a killer time dune buggying this weekend.
Man, you guys would be amazing.
That'd be a $250,000 dune buggy.
Depending on whom you hear from, the economy is either cratering or it's getting ready to launch. That's why last year's word of the year was uncertainty, and you kept spending anyway. Now, that picture for this year, not really getting any clearer. What you should be watching for is next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Bruce, you're sitting next to a fantasy football champion.
I've heard rumors.
My buddy Dooch is right here.
I present to you the 2025-2026 Fantasy Football Championship.
Bruce, go get it for me, will you? Go ahead and get it. This is amazing. Here
Here it is.
There you go.
It was on my shelf in my office. I looked at it every day.
364 days you had it.
Right day has been made.
As
Look
well
at
as
this.
it
This
should.
is awesome.
Okay.
Do you want to hold it?
No.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
When nearly 800 Google reviews tell the same story, it means something. At Dolphin Pools, our reviews all say the same thing. They love their Dolphin Pool. See hundreds of 5-star reviews from Arizona homeowners. We build beautiful pools with care, quality, and value you can trust. Right now, Dolphin Pools is holding 2025 prices. So buy now, save, and swim by summer. Plus, get a free travertine upgrade. Real reviews, real quality, real backyard transformations. Visit dolphinpools.us.
Such a blow to investors, whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. While the rest of the country is bundling up, we are spending more and more time outdoors in our perfect weather. Let Creative Environments transform your outdoor space. How about a custom fire pit or an elegant outdoor fireplace? Creative Environments build spaces where stories are shared and memories are made, especially on those crisp desert nights. Go to creativeenvironments.com. You're going to love the work they do. You're going to love the results. You'll love being outside. creativeenvironments.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. Former Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich has died at the age of 59. Brnovich, who was born in Detroit, served as state attorney general from 2015 until 2023, leaving that office following a failed bid for U.S. Senate in 2022. As attorney general, Brnovich opposed same-sex marriage, filing an amicus brief with the U.S. Supreme Court in 2015. His office would investigate election fraud following the 2020 presidential vote, finding no proof of fraud, though it claimed there were serious vulnerabilities in the system. Last year, Brnovich was nominated by the White House to serve as ambassador to Serbia. That nomination was later pulled. Get breaking news notification right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app, and for more information, you can go to KTAR.com. And checking the temperature in Avondale, right now it's 73 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move with Homes to X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp, and new numbers from the federal government show the Valley's inflation rate is at its highest point in almost a year and a half. So what drove up our costs? Join LaDonna, Harvey, and me for Arizona's Morning News Wednesday.
59.
You're in a weird mood over there, you know that?
Mark Brnovich was 59 years old.
Chris, it's a new year, new legislative priorities for Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. She just had her State of the State yesterday. She sits down for her exclusive Talk to the Governor interview for the first time this year on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Man, this is going to be can't miss. It happens today at 5:30. Watch it on the KTAR News YouTube feed or on the app or on KTAR.com.
I'm in for Bruce tonight.
Oh, really? Should I update this? Outspoken with Bruce?
No.
And Chris tonight, and Gatos.
With Gatos and Chris.
With Gatos and Chris. So
Gatos and Merrill.
Okay, so Gatos gets top billing, and you now want to go by your last name, too.
Well, it's fitting.
Well, Bruce uses his first name.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be Chris and Gatos?
Yeah, that would probably sound better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're in for Bruce. That's the point.
I'm in for Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
The people in the YouTube channel chat are going to go bonkers.
You're going to say, who is this guy?
Oh, no. They're going to be like, this is the worst I've ever heard. There's a reason he only has a little 2-hour show.
Can't Bruce just take some Quill and Tussin and get in here?
Right.
Where's this guy's watch?
Whoever made this call, big miss. That's what they're going to say.
Big
miss. Big miss. Mark Brnovich died. He was only 59. He was... So... When I was at the station that shall not be named, he had just won the Attorney General race, right?
Met him here a number of times.
And he seemed while I was there, pretty normal. But didn't he go real hard right near the end?
So my recollection is after the whole nunchuck thing, that he was making videos with nunchucks on.
Oh, he was?
On YouTube, yes.
I guess I missed that. It must have been after my time.
Yeah, look up Brnovich nunchucks. You'll see him out there. So after he made the YouTube video with the nunchucks, he did try to make a right turn. Trump did not seem to bring him into the fold. And then he was kind of left in this weird spot of, well, I'm hard right, but the president's not on board with me. So where do you go then?
Oh, yeah, because he ran for Senate against Blake Masters.
Great. And you've made the hard right turn and you lost, and the president doesn't like you.
The president endorsed Masters in 2022, and then they lost that Senate seat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Man.
Now,
anyway, passing away today.
Unfortunately, he's passed away.
He's only 59. That's the kind of stuff that makes me want to stop drinking and start eating salads.
I'd like you to make it to at least 59.
I know, that just seems so young.
What do you mean that seems so young? That is so young. I mean, that's like Pablo. This is why I hate when Pablo and you talk this way. They're like, Mo, I just kind of want to crawl into a pod and just call it quits in my early 60s.
That's Pablo.
Well, but
I don't have to crawl into a pod. My heart's going to give out.
Yeah, you told, true or false, in the last 20 minutes off the air on this show, you said that you were going to go have a heart attack and that I would be on my own.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So, and then what'd you do?
I alerted the chat room that if they don't hear me...
And you drank a 5-hour energy, too, which probably was not great for your heart.
No, not good for my heart at all.
Well, I've got eyes on you.
All right. Well, anyway, condolences to Brnovich's family. I feel bad about that.
Pablo is trained to use the defibrillator that's back in the break room, too.
Oh.
So, Pablo, get the paddles ready.
Get the paddles ready.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Chris is looking forward to him at about 3:30 today before the volley.
Come to think of it, producer Pablo, I had an interesting argument with my wife during the holidays. You would appreciate this. We were fighting over who got to go first. And I said, well, it's me. And she said, no. Huh?
For death.
Okay.
Yeah. And she said, no, I'm going. And I said, no, because then I'd be left with the paperwork, and that's your thing.
No, you've got to go first.
I got to go first.
Yeah. Because also, there could theoretically be some money, and she should get to spend it.
It won't be money from me.
Yeah, well.
It'll be her money.
Don't you have some life insurance or something?
Well, that's true.
See?
I guess I do have some life
If we
insurance.
go out early enough, both our wives have enough time to find another husband that's rich and can make them
That's
happy.
true.
Or they're
That's
not.
true. She would, too.
What? No.
My wife would be remarried in 3 months.
No way.
Yes, she would.
I will make sure that if you pass tragically, that she does not do that. I'll make sure she waits at least 91 days. I got
Have
you,
you
buddy.
met her? She will crush you.
I have met her.
She will eat you for breakfast. Spit you out.
Yeah, but you know I'm conniving.
You log on, you ask AI to tweak a photo, and all of a sudden the internet gets gross and a little sticky. Regulators are panicking, the fix is arriving late, and politicos are oddly silent about child abuse. The X-Flex legal mess next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp with the reasons you should choose Gleason Roofing. They're a GAF Master Elite contractor. Only 2% of roofing companies get that award for the highest standards. Family-owned Gleason Roofing's been in the Valley for over 25 years and has a BBB A+ rating. And Gleason Roofing did my roof professionally, honestly, and without shortcuts. Visit GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no-obligation roof audit today.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
Hey guys, it's Broomhead. If you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Starting testosterone therapy with Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores the get up and go so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better. You'll sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your smartphone, keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hey, it's Pat. Does your brain ever seize up when you have a lot of choices in front of you? Mine does. At restaurants, the mall, ice cream, decision paralysis. Weird thing is, I have zero issues picking out a Toyota. There isn't a bad choice in the bunch. It's easy. Not like other things. I mean, somebody gave me a gift card to an online store. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 3 days trying to figure out what to buy. Oh, maybe ice cream.
Right now, get low 1.99% for 60 months on remaining 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 models. Or get 4.99% APR financing for 60 months on best-selling Toyotas like Camry, Corolla, and Grand Highlander. Or get a great lease deal on any new Toyota. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2026 Camry and Corolla. 1.99% financing with $1,752 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 only. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 2/2/26. See dealer for details.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
The Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection. Awesome, yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices, plus jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
We'll scour through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds. All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws. You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource. Harsh desert water makes a LifeSource whole house water system an essential home appliance. A LifeSource system filters and conditions your water and will improve your family's life and protect your home. We build, install, and stand behind every system. So start your new year right. Call our U.S. factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. I'm Melody Burkett. Former Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich has died at the age of 59, a staunch Republican.
Joe Biden has incentivized and decriminalized an activity that is legal border crossing, and that's why we're seeing this dramatic spike. And every single month now we're saying it's a new record, it's a new record.
Brnovich served as state attorney general from 2015 to 2023. His office would investigate election fraud following the 2020 presidential vote, finding no proof of fraud, though it claimed there were serious vulnerabilities in the system. Last year, Brnovich was nominated by the White House to serve as ambassador to Serbia. That nomination was later pulled. The U.S. Supreme Court heard oral arguments today on whether states should be allowed to ban transgender students from sports. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the News Center with details.
A new measure at the Arizona legislature would ask voters if sports should be designated as male, female, and co-ed. Senate President Warren Peterson attended today's Supreme Court proceedings.
It is a biological fact. Boys have more muscle mass, they have larger lungs, they have larger bones. They're built stronger, faster.
He tells the Mike Broomhead Show the Save Women's Sports Act was signed into law in Arizona in 2022, but the state attorney general refused to enforce it. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Governor Katie Hobbs delivered her State of the State address yesterday ahead of her potential re-election year. The economy was a focus of her speech. Republican political analyst Stan Barnes tells Arizona's Morning News how she differs from the GOP legislature.
The Republicans in the legislature want to take the whole ball of wax done in the big, beautiful bill and take Arizona's tax policy and conform it to that. That would result in a pretty large tax cut. Katie Hobbs, as governor, only wants some of that.
The tax cut proposed by the legislature would be worth about $1 billion, cuts Democrats say the state just cannot afford. Democratic political strategist Stacey Pearson tells Arizona's Morning News what may or may not get done.
I wish I could say that the legislature would work with her to either get her directors confirmed or pass continuation of Prop 123 to fund education. Certainly, I'm hopeful, I'm optimistic, but I'm not sure that's going to happen.
Hobbs says the economy is her priority as she continues her bid to re-election. Meanwhile, Governor Hobbs will sit down for an exclusive conversation with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Catch it on KTAR News or watch it live at 5:30 on the KTAR YouTube channel or at KTAR.com. Deserve Counseling, LLC, was awarded a new contract by the Arizona Department of Gaming to help those who experience gambling problems. The peer program does not require insurance or any cost to join the virtual, in-person, individual, or group counseling sessions. For more information, go to KTAR.com. It's time for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's January 13th, and back on this day in 1968, Johnny Cash performed at Folsom Prison.
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash.
Now considered a landmark musical event, legendary country singer Johnny Cash arrived to play for inmates at California's Folsom Prison. Despite the bad boy persona, Cash never went to prison, but this night he was one with the men behind bars. Cash was popular in prisons across America and was known to correspond with imprisoned fans. It was then when he convinced his record company to let him record a live album there to jumpstart his career. Cash tailored the set list to prisoners, including the namesake song and ending with Greystone Chapel. The album went to #1, as did a subsequent album recorded at San Quentin, and suddenly Cash was a household name again. He paid tribute to it in his 1971 song Man in Black, where he explains he wears his trademark dark clothing in solidarity with the prisoner who had long paid for his crime. And it happened back on this day in 1968.
And now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, westbound near 19th Avenue. Glendale with a crash blocking the right lane. Loop 101, Agua Fria, westbound near 75th Avenue. And Phoenix again with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway, eastbound near 17th Avenue. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Get your $47 heating tune-up today. Call 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies tonight, the low 45, sunny the remainder of the week, but we could break a record tomorrow with a high of 79. Right now it's 74 in Tempe. Conditions are perfect for a move with Homes to X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I'm Chris Merrill. He's Joe Huizenga. I was remarking to one of our co-workers earlier, a producer on the sports side. I said, I don't think you even heard it. I said, Joe's dressed oddly very normal today.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah. So,
what do you mean oddly very normal?
Why don't you just stand up and twirl around here? So, Joe's outfit of the day actually looks like he cares, like he's a professional. He's wearing slacks.
Of course,
he still has his overstuffed wallet in his front pocket that makes it look like he's an alien trying to escape from his thigh. So he still has that going on. But he's got just a gray coat with a white shirt. There's no tuxedo coat with sweatpants. No. There's no my grandmother's sofa barfed and this suit came out. You look very good today. Okay. This is the most backhanded compliment you've probably ever received, but you look nice today.
I like the neon flower get up that I had yesterday. So snazzy.
So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take your photo.
Okay.
I'm going to put it up on X. And we had the meeting with the boss yesterday.
Yeah.
And the boss said,
Gotta get the numbers up.
And numbers are not doing well. Got to get more numbers on X.
Yeah.
She says, your Instagrams are okay. Your Facebooks are okay.
Yeah. And you
gotta get your numbers up on X.
You know what did the best last week, too?
It was your outfit of the day.
Yeah, my suit game, yeah.
So I think what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to put it on X, and then I'm going to, @Grok, nudify this subject.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, you don't think I should go that far? @Grok, put this guy in a mankini.
That's fine.
Just a nice neon slinger.
That's okay. Don't know that we needed to use that language. Oh, Chris.
Yeah.
Slinger.
That's what they're doing on X now. Well, that's what they were doing. Now, you probably heard the story about how X was in trouble because you could just simply ask the AI, Grok, to sexualize
disrobe
images.
Something.
Exactly.
Oh.
And it was responding. It was complying with prompts to undress people, or what they call nudify. Regulators are investigating possible violations tied to non-consensual sexual imagery. Well, that's a tongue twister. Don't think too long on that.
Non-consensual.
And also potentially child sexual abuse material, because the subject of the photograph was underage. Then.
Oh, geez, that was going on too. They were doing it to people that weren't even 18.
My understanding was the final. You just watched the final season of Stranger Things, right?
I did.
So the younger sister, who's like what, 9?
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Creepy, right?
Very.
Yeah. So X has responded.
X or the AI of X?
The XAI people.
Oh, okay.
The people behind the AI.
Okay. This I don't think I've heard.
Okay.
What did they say?
They said that's bad.
Yeah. They said that's bad, that it was nudifying underage children.
Yes.
You know what? That's bravo to them for at least agreeing that is bad.
Well, hang on here.
Oh, they walked it back.
Yeah. They said that's bad, but they weren't quite as specific about what's bad about it. And as it turns out, what's bad about it could be that somebody else, that they weren't making any money on it. Yeah.
Really, that's what's bad about it. Not that we're proliferating images of underage children in a state of undress. That's not what's bad about it.
Correct.
That they're not getting rich off of it.
According to an onliner who goes by TJ Walker Success, anyway, he had this to say.
X started limiting Grok image generation on their platform to paying verified users after the chatbot was widely used to generate non-consensual undressing images.
So they limited it.
Where did you find that guy?
To only people that were paying. I went to the internet.
Was he in like a library or something?
Went to so it was only paying customers can undress underage children now.
Was widely used to generate non-consensual undressing images. So apparently you could upload a picture of
Joe.
Didn't you say this guy's handle was success?
Yeah.
There's nothing successful about this guy.
Wow.
Classmate, your favorite movie star, and tell Grok to undress it, and it would do that. Now, this is considered abuse by many, and certainly by
the law,
those in the public sphere. And so they got a lot of criticism behind it. Did they say, oh, we're sorry, we'll never do that again? No. They said, oh, turns out people like it, they'll pay for it. So they put it behind their paywall.
So when Grok says, oh, no, that's bad, what they mean is, oh, no, that's bad, we're giving it away for free. So don't worry now. If you want to undress underage kids on social media, you can still do it. It's just going to cost you this time.
So I'm not, I know Grok is AI. So but there's a portion of Grok that you can, pay money for and get extra features? Is that how that works?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Or if you're a subscriber on X, then you may have access to the paid version of Grok. I don't know exactly.
So their answer to all of this is not, hey, whoa.
We're going to stop this from happening. We're going to put in guardrails.
Exactly what I was just going to say. We gotta put in some guardrails to make sure this doesn't happen.
Right.
It's, whoa, how can we capitalize off of this? And dude,
you got it.
I'm not an attorney. I know you're not an attorney, but how is they're calling out that it's bad?
Yeah.
Granted, not for the reason most of the public thinks. I guess it's up to the public then to say, yeah, no, this is bad. We're not going to want to take part.
Have you met the public?
Oh.
You think you're going to find guys on the internet that don't want to see what their favorite celebrity
I'm sure
or
there are a number of
their
creepers and perverts out there who would want to see.
Absolutely. Just taking pictures of their coworker and putting it onto the Grok. Now,
but what is the legality of that?
So that's a really good question. The technology is getting ahead of Congress. So we do know that different states have passed different laws in order to prevent this from happening. California had a problem with this last year, maybe it was late 2024, where they had students that were using AI to quote unquote nudify their classmates. And it was a precarious situation because the classmates say, wait a minute, naked pictures of me are being passed around.
I didn't take that for yearbook.
Thank you. And they said, my reputation is being damaged. This is an invasion of my privacy. And then the counter argument is, no, it isn't. This is nothing more than an enhanced drawing of what someone imagines. it's not illegal for you to draw a picture in your room. Say you go home today, Joe. I know you're quite the artist, and then you pull up a picture of your favorite actress, who, of course, is.
I'm going to draw you right now.
Who's okay? So this is good. Okay, Joe's drawing naked pictures of me. This is definitely going to HR. No, make it bigger. The picture, Joe. The picture.
I've drawn you, Chris. That's here.
That's
hold
the
on.
skinniest I've ever looked.
Identify you right now.
This is pretty good,
Chris.
So it's not illegal for you to go home and imagine what I look like naked. Right?
Okay.
How do I sue you for making artistic work of what you think I look like naked?
Because you're sharing it with other people.
But
if you're putting it on the internet,
doesn't matter. If you draw it, you can share it with whomever you want.
Hold on. So nothing stopping an artist from drawing let's just say a 12-year-old now?
It's a really good question.
Boy or girl?
I think there are different state laws.
The public that stops that? The public says, well, that's creepy and gross. Don't do that?
Well, no, because, again, there's no shortage of creepy and gross people in the world. Right. So that's a really good question. This is where the law is trying to figure out, is that child pornography? Now, states have labeled it as yes. Even if it is imagined, even if it's something that that's pornography, that's child pornography.
I think it is.
You can't do that.
I don't want to walk through a museum or see that on my social media app of choice.
Well, I don't think you're going to see it in a museum.
I'm just saying. I don't want to see it anywhere.
Okay.
Do
I
you?
don't know what kind of museums you go to.
I'm just saying. You said art. So I'm thinking of places where I'd see art. Art shows up in the museum.
Oh, that's
Don't be weird. No, I'm not being weird. Don't try to make people think I'm weird.
Really
you said
bizarre.
art.
What do you think? That's just odd. Who would put that in a museum, Joe?
A terrible person.
What kind of museum are you trying to open? That is so bizarre.
Focus.
Anyway, you get the point where, legally speaking, where is the line and how are states reacting? Federal statutes aren't keeping up. And Elon Musk, instead of saying, okay, guardrails, we're not going to allow this, is saying, okay, charge people. It's behind a paywall now.
Join KTAR April 11th, 2026 in Tempe. It's for...
Hold on.
Yeah.
Got to make sure. That is 2026?
That's what I'm told here.
Okay,
April 11, 2026.
All right, I was confused.
In Tempe, Arizona.
Okay, in Arizona. Okay, so it's 2026.
Yes, for Pat's Run. This is a 4.2-mile run walk.
And remember, this is going to be April of this year.
Yes.
In Tempe,
Arizona.
In Arizona.
And it finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils.
Now, where is that?
Tempe, Arizona.
In Arizona?
Yes.
Okay,
now,
very good.
celebrate the legacy in every stride, honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal.
Now, where are they?
And Army Ranger. Okay. Well, where are the Sun Devils? They're in Tempe, Arizona.
And where are the Arizona Cardinal?
Let's not confuse here. They play out in Glendale, not in Tempe.
I'm so lost.
Learn more and sign up today and honor Pat Tillman's legacy with every stride at patsrun.org.
You're sold on the idea that AI is going to make your... Oh, hey, shout out to Carefree, incidentally. Love Carefree. Thank you so much for being a part of the show in Carefree. We got a message from somebody in Carefree, and I wanted to say shout out to you. Appreciate that. Hey, you're sold on the idea that AI is going to make your life easier. You're not told about who's getting rich while you toil away to learn a new tool that may or may not live up to its promises. Americans are watching big tech cozy up to power, and they're not buying the sales pitch. Silicon Valley's trust gap is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Melody Burkett with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:17, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. Former President Bill Clinton and his wife, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, refused to appear on Capitol Hill today for a scheduled deposition about their dealings with Jeffrey Epstein. ABC's Stephen Portnoy has more from Washington.
The House Oversight Chair says Bill and Hillary Clinton have no right to refuse to appear, and next week he'll start contempt proceedings in his committee. The former president and former Secretary of State respond in a 3.5-page open letter, saying Chairman James Comer's subpoena is legally invalid. The Clintons point to then former President Donald Trump's refusal to be deposed by the House January 6th committee in 2022. The Clintons say if Comer pursues contempt proceedings, they'll forcefully defend themselves.
The Clintons say they have little information to share, and they're strongly pushing back against the Republican chairman who has sought to compel their testimony. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Tolleson with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound approaching the Loop 101 Agua Fria southbound transition. Gilbert with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, Loop 202 Santiago Freeway, westbound near Val Vista Drive. Phoenix with a crash in the left-hand shoulder, Loop 101 Pima Freeway, westbound near 64th Street. Phoenix again with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, I-17 northbound near Glendale Avenue. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. No trust, your estate could go through probate, meaning the courts decide who gets your money. Schedule your free estate planning review at assetpreservationwealth.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Checking the temperature in Chandler right now, it's 74 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move with Homes to X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
A council member from Scottsdale joins us to talk about issues in that city and how it affects the entire valley. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
It's like it's your first day over there.
I'll tell you what.
Gah.
Stellar equipment here.
Uh-huh.
Joe, people are upset with you in our YouTube chat. They say that you are not watching. Yeah, they say you're not watching the chat.
I just responded to the chat.
They want you to call out something about God's waiting room.
No, mere moments ago, I said, hey, who thinks Chris's shirt needs at least a fifth or sixth pocket aside from me?
I don't think the people in the chat are paying attention to the chat, Joe.
Well, that's their problem. I'm paying attention to the KTAR News
funny
YouTube
we're trying to have
chat.
a conversation? They're like, why aren't you reading my chat? Like, I'm literally on the air.
We are paying attention to your chat. I mean, do you want to show off your shirt? I mean, you've got a lovely four-pocket Mexican dad shirt.
What's this called, Pablo? Guayabara? Did I say that wrong? Did I just swear again?
Oh, boy.
What is it?
What are you trying to say?
The Mexican dad
What's
shirt?
my Mexican dad? It's a Cuban shirt, right?
I don't know. Camisa is how you say shirt in Spanish. I don't know.
No, there's a specific name that he was told by our boss for the Mexican dad shirt.
Oh.
There's, I guess, a specific name for the. It's got four pockets on the front. I don't understand why it has so many pockets.
I don't know. It's fancy. Guayabera.
Well,
Guayabera.
Harry Magnon.
It's a men's summer shirt.
Weighs in the KTAR News YouTube chat and says everyone needs more pockets.
Will you not pay attention to the chat while we're trying to do a show here?
Okay.
Unbelievable.
Sorry, Harry. Next time I will not read your comment.
Hey, now that we've notified you on X,
yeah,
and we've got people to pay for it,
mm-hmm.
our hits are going to go through the roof.
Hold on.
I think
who's paying for me?
Anybody that's on X is they're the only way they're going to get it.
They're not paying for me.
Elon Musk has basically turned X into OnlyFans, is what he's done. Yeah. So he's like, whoa, you can't be just nudifying an average person without me getting a cut of that. So since people are doing it a lot, he says this is only going to apply to paying customers now.
I feel dirty.
You should.
And
we're
not
in a weird place.
Not
in
like
the
the
world.
good dirty. I just feel icky.
I was reading about the economy of the AI. Did I see that Elon Musk is worth over $600 billion now?
I believe that.
Oh my gosh. Every time I turn around, the guy goes up another $100 billion.
Mm-hmm.
So I was reading the story, I believe Axios had
$723 billion.
Is that right?
That's what Bing just told me.
Holy cats-a-moly. Wow. I was reading about the haves, the have-nots, and the have-lots. And Axios was sort of breaking that into the have-nots, people are struggling, paycheck to paycheck, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
The haves, living pretty comfortably, got a little money in the bank account, able to take your vacations. Let's call it middle class.
Can you give me like a pie chart on this? Have-nots are what percentage? I'm trying to understand.
Roughly 40% of Americans could not cover a $400 emergency expense without debt.
Okay, so 40% have not. What percentage have? Because I'm guessing the have-lots.
Did you read the? Why am I pulling up the prep? You were supposed to read this.
I'm engaging with you. Did you not read it?
Of course I did. I didn't memorize it. Okay.
Yeah.
50% plus of the economy, by historical standards, are the have-nots. They're stuck. Okay. The haves, who are coasting, but they're doing okay. It's households, a third of U.S. households with $100,000 or more in investable assets.
Okay.
Okay. Their wages went up a little bit, but the have-lots.
Yeah. How many are that?
Well, that's kind of your top 1% of 1% sort of deal. And the 50 richest Americans saw their net worth at the start of 2025 was $10 billion.
Whoa.
Yeah. The median increase. Oh, excuse me. That was the median increase in net worth. That's how much more they made. $10 billion of the top 50 Americans.
They each made $10
An extra
billion
$10
on
billion.
average?
Yeah. The top 50 wealthiest Americans. So your Warren Buffetts, your Bill Gates, your Elon Musks, your Sergey Brins, your Larry Ellisons.
You know, every time we do this, it just depresses me. It does not make me feel like my money tree is going to be planted in the backyard or like I'm going to get any better.
No. Co-founders of Google, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, saw their net worth rise by $101 billion and $92 billion, respectively.
Well, so what are you and I supposed to do about that, though? Because we're just, at best, we're haves. We're never going to be have-lots.
Invest.
So, okay. In what? Because there's lots of people who invest that have it go bust.
That's the problem. So the point that Axios is trying to make is that the people who are making a ton of money right now, you hear they're all in the tech field. They're investing in AI. But as we've discussed before, it's kind of a circular investment.
Okay.
Right? So you've got NVIDIA is investing in ChatGPT. ChatGPT is investing in Microsoft. Microsoft is investing in NVIDIA, right? So it's kind of a circular.
Because there's got to be some bad AI investments that I could make, too.
Exactly. So what's happening is people like you are saying, wait, I want to try to get a piece of that. I'm going to put into NVIDIA. I'm going to put into Microsoft. I'm going to put into ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Right. If, in fact, things take off and they do like so many people want them to do, you're going to be okay. You're not going to make $10 billion.
I'm still going to be a have, though.
You're going to be a have.
Okay.
Right. If it tanks, the haves are going to lose a bunch of money. They're going to lose more money than you are. But as far as their life, they're fine. It's not like all of a sudden they're going to be out on the street. Whereas you, if all of a sudden all of your investments, if my 401k goes in the toilet,
I'm done.
That's it.
Yeah.
I'm 75 years old. I'm asking people if I can sleep on their couch.
Yeah, so
And that's bad for my back.
Elon goes from $723 billion
back
down
to 300.
I was going to say down to like half a trillion.
Right.
Darn.
Yeah. So that's the future.
Whereas you and I literally go broke.
Totally screwed.
Nothing.
So there you go. This is the world that we're in right now.
No, you see, we're supposed to give hope to people.
Oh, hope that your investments in those AI stocks pay off.
Got it.
Okay. There's your hope.
Okay. I hope.
Seems that every day there's another story about big business expanding in the Valley. You see headlines about new data centers. You hear about TSMC expanding again and then again. And the Republic just loves to tell you what hot new restaurants are opening, to the point where every breaking news alert from AZ Central is starting to feel like an ad for a new grand opening. But there is one Arizona business that is packing up and chopping staff. Who's cutting back is in our headline volley. It's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, standing next to the windows, looking out there, and things are going to start getting a little bit warmer here, but I was standing next to my window. You know, I live in a dumpy apartment. Those are dumpy apartment windows.
Builder grade.
Oh, my gosh, you're so bad. When it got cold, as I got closer to the window, I could feel the cold.
I bet.
It got cold.
Yeah.
That's bad. You don't want that. And imagine what happens in the summertime. You spend big on that new AC unit, and you're just blowing that cold air right out that junky old window.
What do I want?
Well, what you want is to work with Advanced Window Products. They're celebrating 40 years as a local family-owned Arizona company. They've been building custom vinyl replacement windows right here in the Valley, sending directly to homeowners. There's no middleman. There's no markup games. And most homes they install in just one day. Advanced Window Products. They build the windows. They install the windows. They guarantee them for life. Labor, glass, parts, all of it. That's covered. And right now, take advantage of their New Year's special. You buy 5 windows or more, they're going to give you $1,250 off. Or jump that up to 10 windows or more, they're going to give you $2,500 off. Financing is available. Payments are as low as $150 a month. Call 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280 or visit advancedwindows.com.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight shines a light on the Thunderbirds for their ongoing support of organizations that assist children and families. Through events like the WM Phoenix Open, the Thunderbirds and Thunderbirds charities have raised more than $226 million for Arizona nonprofit organizations. KTAR is proud to shine our Community Impact Spotlight on the Thunderbirds.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Jim Sharp here, along with Dr. Joshua Baker, who's the president of Midwestern University, the largest medical university in the state of Arizona. There's an eye institute, a therapy institute. You even have a veterinary school now.
The veterinary school, our hospital on campus, is the largest animal hospital in North America. So right here in Glendale, we have some pretty remarkable things. But yeah, we have 15 colleges and 20 licensing degree programs.
As well as all of the specialty clinics that provide services to people in Arizona.
You know, it's remarkable the education we're offering to the students, but I think from a community standpoint, the type of care that they could get right in their backyard. You walk into our dental institute, and I say this all the time, it's like walking into NASA. Like, that does not look like a normal dental institute. You can get remarkable care. Our eye institute, there's like 4 places in the country that have the type of capabilities that we have at that place. We don't want to be a hidden gem anymore. We want the whole world to know what's happening right here in Glendale, Arizona.
You can find out more by going to MWUclinics.com. MWUclinics.com.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3:31. I'm Melody Burkett. Former Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich has died after suffering a heart attack at the age of 59. Born in Detroit, Brnovich served as the AG from 2015 until 2023, leaving that office following a failed U.S. Senate bid. His office would investigate election fraud following the 2020 presidential vote.
Donald Trump lost Arizona, period. I've said that from the very beginning.
Finding no proof of fraud, though, he claimed there were serious vulnerabilities in the system. Last year, Brnovich was nominated by the White House to serve as ambassador to Serbia. That nomination was later pulled. A sharp focus remains on ICE after an agent fatally shot a 37-year-old woman in Minnesota last week.
Former Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb joined the Mike Broomhead Show this morning, saying he believes the agent's actions were 100% justified as a form of protection, but adds it could have been prevented.
Tell your people to stop obstructing law enforcement and doing their job.
Lamb says it's dangerous for people to interfere with agents, and there's a better way to fight for your view on ICE.
Go to the offices of the congressmen and senators who are actually the people that voted these laws into place.
Elizabeth Klein, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
The Mesa High principal and athletic director will not have their contracts renewed after the governing board voted against it this week, keeping them on administrative leave until their contracts expire on June 30th. Kirk Thomas and David Klecka allegedly failed to report an assault with a weapon following a school soccer game until the next day. The Mesa Police Department submitted charges for the failure to report, according to our TV partners at ABC 15. To read more education solution stories, go to KTAR.com/education. AI chat box can now do your shopping, kind of. Google is working to allow consumers to make purchases directly from its chatbot.
Tim Worth, tech editor at Mashable, tells Arizona's Morning News, remember, Google's a marketing company transitioning to AI.
If they're pushing people from search to AI, all those ads have to go somewhere. Eventually, these companies have to figure out how to start putting ads or making sales into their products. ChatGPT is going through the same thing.
And Google will be putting its new $4 trillion market worth behind that idea. See the entire interview with Tim Worth on the KTAR YouTube channel. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
Now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a crash blocking the exit ramp I-17 southbound near Union Hills Drive. Phoenix again crashed on the left-hand shoulder I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 7th Avenue. Gilbert with a crash on the right-hand shoulder Loop 202 Santan Freeway westbound near Val Vista Drive. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy Dealers. Start a new year at your Valley Chevy Dealers. Find yours today at Earnhardt Chevrolet in Chandler. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies tonight, the low 45, sunny the remainder of the week, and we could break a record tomorrow with a high of 79. Right now it's 73 in Goodyear. Conditions are perfect for a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Somebody in the chat asked, which one is Chris, which one is Joe? I said, Chris is the one whose hair is still trying to escape. Joe is the one whose hair left and ended up in his eyebrows.
Had hair when I started at KTAR.
Every day right after our 3:30 news and a check on traffic with Freeway Enrique, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley.
You, my friend.
Okay, Christopher. Arizona healthy fast food option Salad & Go is shutting down all their locations in Oklahoma and Tejas and moving their headquarters back to Arizona. Why do you think the chain didn't work in those states?
Obesity.
Well, we have that here in Arizona, too.
Yeah, well, this will be the next state that goes.
No, but it was here in Arizona. They left. Now they're coming back.
Yeah.
It seems to work well in Arizona.
They closed all their places in Oklahoma and Texas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they packed up their headquarters and moved back to the valley.
Okay, look. I'm going to get real stereotypical here for a minute, okay?
Okay.
All right. Here's the truth of this.
Yeah.
All right. The people from California that went to Texas always had Texas-type leanings, right? Conservative, gritty people, kind of a Western thrust of people that went from California to Texas, except for the few of them went from Silicon Valley to the Austin area.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
But they were rugged. Okay. All right. The people in Texas, rugged.
Rugged.
Right?
Rugged.
Barbecue.
Barbecue.
Slather that, right?
Okay.
And we don't fix problems with our words. Pew, 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 pew. Right? What are you having for dinner? Dead animal. Salad and Go? No.
No.
Oklahoma?
No.
No. Now, Arizona's a little bit different. We still have that ruggedness. We still have that Old West grit. In fact, I would say we've got kind of a more of a Western feel than even Texas, and they still wear cowboy hats indoors everywhere they go.
Got some bougie Scottsdale, though.
But we've got some of the California that went, it's so expensive here. Where can we go? Let's
what
go
do
to
the birds
Scottsdale. Right. So they go to Scottsdale. Right. And then they're like, oh, you know what I need? I need a drive-through salad. And works.
It is very economically friendly priced.
I like Salad and Go, but I'm also, I think we established Prissy and Sissy Chrissy.
Kinda.
Yeah.
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 Pablo?
Texas has Whataburger, so as far as like fast drive-through restaurants.
Best thing to come out
Pablo,
of Texas.
have you ever had Salad and Go?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
You like that?
Okay.
I've had it. I like it in the summer, man.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
why.
I agree.
But yes, I do like it. I find it very appealing.
I drive by one on the way to work. I like it.
Yeah, I had like a ranch barbecue one.
See that? That's what Texas never picked up on.
What if we just take all that animal?
They even have a carne asada one.
Throw it on top of the lettuce.
Yeah, or some version of like a steak.
I ain't like no rabbit.
And what was the other country? Oklahoma?
Beep, beep. Yeah, the country of Oklahoma.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Can't mess with their fried okra.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Oklahoma.
All right, to you.
The country? The country of oaks?
Of Oklahoma.
Okay.
LSU signed Arizona State transfer quarterback Sam Levitt. Levitt, the number 2 quarterback and top uncommitted player in ESPN's transfer rankings, chose to play for new coach Lane Kiffin and the Tigers after also taking visits to Miami, Tennessee, Kentucky. Joe, you're an ASU grad. What was your backup school?
Michigan State.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
Wow.
You wanted me to be honest.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You grew up in Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
Your backup school was Michigan State?
I didn't even apply to Michigan. Both my parents went there, and the speculation was that I would not have gotten in.
No, you wouldn't have. But
I had the grades. I did not have the test scores.
But
Eastern Michigan also.
Okay, that makes more sense to me.
And also U of A. I got into all those as they were kind of like other options. I didn't just.
I only applied to one school. I aimed low.
Clown College.
And I made it.
What school?
Western Michigan University.
There you go.
Good job, kid.
And then I couldn't cut it. I dropped out.
Same here. I aimed low too.
I didn't have a backup school. Mine was the community college in my hometown. That was my backup
Straight
school.
up.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Straight up.
No.
Hey, and don't be poo-pooing college with the circus school. What did he say? Clown school?
college.
That's a real thing, isn't it?
I didn't poo-poo it.
Yeah, you were.
No.
Yeah.
That's where I thought Chris went, the way he acts every day.
You got a full ride there or something? It's
Definitely.
Like,
Yes. Uh-huh.
Somehow this keeps getting worse.
Uh-huh.
By the way, from the chat, it's still better than Ohio State. Amen.
True.
I think both Joe and I agree on that.
I do.
I never would have guessed it. Michigan State would have been your backup, though.
Yeah, they had a solid broadcasting program.
I never would have guessed that.
Yeah. I got one more for you.
Okay.
I'm very interested in this one. There's a domestic dispute between two brothers that ended violently over the weekend, Sunday night. A guy fatally stabbed his brother at a Phoenix apartment complex. According to the cops, the fight was over $5 that one of them had borrowed and loud music. Officers found a man with a stab wound shortly after 11:45, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Complex was near 16th and Thomas. Chris, I want
Didn't
to
you
know.
used to live there?
No, I lived near 19th Avenue Northern.
Oh, okay.
But where I'm sure plenty of people
Plenty
had
of other stabbings.
dumb fights over $5 and loud music.
Okay.
I need to know, what was the dumbest thing your brother and you fought over?
Everything. My brother and I fought over everything.
Anything worse than $5 and loud music?
I'm sure that we fought over whose job it was to empty the dishwasher. Mom would leave a list of chores, and I will have done 5 things on it. My brother's done 4, and there's one more thing to go. And I say, you have to do that. And he says, no, but I did this, and it was harder. And so I'm sure we argued over that.
You guys ever get in such a big fight, too, that one of you bled?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a few times. My brother, now,
you're older than
I'm
him,
older,
correct?
yes. Yeah. So I would have been 20. And there was a time that I had a pickup truck and I had a dog that was mine.
Okay.
And my grandparents had passed away, and I lived in their home just half a mile away from my house. And I was from my parents' house where my brother still was. He was still in high school. I went back there, and I don't know, I was getting something, whatever. You know how it is, Joe, when you're half living at home and half not. Pablo, you've been down this road. You know what I mean, right? You're at mom and dad's house as much as you're at your own, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I was there. The dog was in the back of the car. And my brother was shutting the tailgate and shut the dog's paw in the tailgate. Yeah. And the dog was, "Arr!" And my brother kept trying to shut the tailgate. And I go, knock it off. And I punched him.
Okay.
And then he tried to hit me back. And so then I punched it. I think it's the only time I ever punched my brother in the face. And I know I held back on the punch. And then he went inside and he started punching himself in the face. And he said, this is going to get you kicked out once and for all. And then
By punching himself in the face.
Yeah, he was trying to make the injury look worse because I pulled my punch.
That's
right?
good. Yeah.
And then I said he was dumb or something, and then he hit me with a frying pan.
In the head?
He was aiming at my head, but I think I held an arm up. I think he got my
Where did he
elbow or something.
hit you with the frying pan?
Yeah.
That sounds like a comedy of errors right there.
You ricocheted it? You blocked it?
I blocked it, yeah.
Man, your brother is a smart man. He started beating himself. And then of all the weapons he could have went to, he could have went to a gun, a knife, or just his fist. He opted for frying pan to hit you.
I don't know that I ever drew blood on him. He did to me a few times. He used to bite. He was a biter and a scratcher.
My cousin bit me.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So I'm trying to think. And now my brother's running for office. Can you believe that? Can you imagine if my stories came out? He's running for Congress. Can you imagine if my stories came out? People might pay attention to his campaign.
In his next YouTube that he makes?
That's what he needs to do.
You need to take the frying pan to him.
Oh, that would be great.
It would be.
At least he'd get some hits on his YouTube.
Exactly.
Right now,
You'd
he's
be
got
doing him a
one
favor.
follower.
Come on.
Ugh.
Imagine if somebody just came up and you just walloped him with the frying pan.
Actually, that would be hilarious.
Would be.
I kind of love that idea. Hey, there's good news for the safety of one of the most expensive investments in your life, your car. It's safer in Arizona because of steps that law enforcement is taking. You're going to find out how they're doing it and where the risks still lie next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-666-9943 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Take advantage of thousands of dollars in SRP rebates and discounts on energy-efficient home upgrades like new air conditioning units, windows, ducts, and insulation. Save money on your energy bill while also making your home more comfortable. SRP's network of participating contractors can guide you from start to finish and maximize your savings by combining Inflation Reduction Act incentives with SRP rebates. Learn more at savewithsrp.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:47, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. There may be a link between an increased use of nicotine pouches among young people like Zyn and social media use. Researchers monitored sales and social media from 2021 to 2023. They found that there was a spike in 2023 after TikTok videos featuring nicotine pouches went viral. ABC News medical contributor Dr. Darian Sutton says while the study didn't conclude a direct link between nicotine pouches and social media use, it showed that the pouches may be a part of youth culture.
The main reason why we advise against this as physicians is because nicotine can have really bad effects on the brain, and the brain doesn't stop developing until your mid-20s. There are receptors that nicotine interacts with, and that can mess with emotional regulation and stress.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a crash on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway. Eastbound approaching 51st Avenue. Phoenix again, crash blocking the Fontedge Road on I-17 southbound near Union Hills Drive. Phoenix with a crash on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near 7th Ave. This report is brought to you by Day Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Get your $47 heating tune-up today. Call 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hi, Jamie West here. Beatitudes Campus in North Central Phoenix has been serving Arizona seniors for years, and they know one of the best things about the holidays is spending extra time with family and friends, some you may not have seen in a while. If you notice changes in your mom, dad, or loved one, maybe they need a little more help or to be more active and make new friends. See how special Beatitudes Campus is. Schedule a tour at beatitudescampus.org. Beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
In Arizona, they said need to paint like every 6 years. And I said, that's crazy.
It's a new year, Phoenix, so why not stop the madness and do what Brian did? He called Rhino Shield.
It's a ranch-style house. 3 sides are a sheathing. It's the wood sheathing that got coated with Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our unique climate right here in Phoenix.
With Rhino Shield, they talk about like an R13 insulation value. That's another way to reduce the air conditioning bill. I think it's a really good investment and will be well worth it.
Get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield now for 15% off the regular price.
I plan to live in the house for about 20 years, and you guys warranty your product. I don't have to worry about it.
Rhino Shield, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. So stop throwing your money away on ordinary paint. Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells, and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
LaDonna here, and the holiday spirit appears to have left the building. We are talking with Jerry Brown at St. Mary's Food Bank. They need some volunteers. I mean, really need some volunteers. Listen tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, and streaming on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Joining us in the studio right now is Star of Outspoken with Chris and Gatos. It is Gatos!
You put that in there. Yeah.
I like how I did that.
Bruce is out today, and, I had a choice of about 9 people to do the show with.
And number 10.
And all 9 couldn't do it. And so I've settled for you.
What's that say about me?
You weren't on the list either.
No. At least you made the list, man.
I'm looking forward to it. We're going to have some fun today.
Joe looks really hurt over there. Yeah, because the governor's coming in, right?
Governor's going to be in at 5:30. Outspoken exclusive. Every 2 weeks she comes in. Chris will sit here, ask her everything and anything. And, we get 15 minutes of uninterrupted time with her. And, it's a tradition that KTAR has had for decades where the governor comes in, whether you are Republican or Democrat. And, we're gonna ask her about ICE. We're gonna ask her what happens if they come here. What if the streets of Phoenix, Camelback Road, starts looking like Minneapolis? streets around there. I don't think anyone's going to be happy about that. So that'll be a big topic of discussion.
And, of course, yesterday she had the State of the State speech, which we carried here on our show. And
did you listen to it?
Yeah, we did.
Because you can ask her the stuff about that. Because I didn't listen to much of it.
I did. And Joe and I got done, and we both said...
The Arizona Promise. Don't really know what that is.
Kind of a big miss. But then other people are like, oh, she did a great job.
How was it a miss? What do you think? Any specifics?
There's no fire in her belly.
Yeah.
I mean, this is an election year.
Oh, yeah.
Right? This is an election year.
Right.
You got to, how do you set up a speech? You do your victory laps, and she did a little bit of that. And then you do, here's what's happening. Here's who's holding us back. Here's what we have to do, and I expect you to work with me. Like, show us.
That's not her.
That's not her.
No.
That's not her.
No.
And I think that what she's, from a campaign standpoint, she's relying on another weak candidate to run against her.
Okay.
Carrie Lake was a terrible candidate. Carrie Lake was just horrible, right?
Yeah, terrible.
And I don't know. I mean, if it's David Schweikert, I think it's going to be really tough for her. I mean, he's a smart guy. He's a smart guy. Yeah. If it's Andy Biggs and he's just going to go hard right MAGA stuff, then
independents aren't going to like that.
They're not going to like that, right? So I just
Karen Taylor Robeson. Kind of in the middle of the two.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
Well-spoken.
I don't know. Maybe she's planning on it being Andy Biggs, and so she says, "I just need to show steady hand," and that's the speech that she gave. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't. People aren't going to vote for or against her because of the speech, but she's not a rah person. No. Does she have fire in the belly? Not a lot. That's not who she is. It's not who she is.
Yeah.
And so that's just part of her deal. That's just who she is.
Yeah, but she had an hour to say whatever the heck she wanted.
Yeah. But she's also not a great speaker.
And she didn't take advantage of that time either.
No. I don't know if a lot of people listen.
She should hire me to coach her.
I don't know if a lot of people listen to the State of the State.
I think you're right.
I think you'll get it in bits and pieces, and that's about it. I don't care who's doing the State of the State. I don't want to listen for an hour.
It's generally boring.
I think that's what she's banking on.
You. Hey, state and local agencies reporting improved recovery rates for stolen vehicles thanks to tracking technology and coordinated task forces. Theft reports remain high even as clearance is improving. What is the biggest, most expensive, or personally valuable thing you've ever had stolen?
It's a great question.
You ever lose anything good?
Not really. Nothing that comes to
feel
mind.
Invaded?
No, I never had my house broken into. Yeah. I had too many cameras.
Somebody broke into my car. All they did was take my sunglasses, but it was like I felt violated.
Yeah, I mean, anytime somebody takes something, you feel violated. Now, I mean, I had a buddy a couple of weeks ago got his car stolen.
The whole car?
That's pretty bad. That's no good. I could have made that story up and said it was me, but it wasn't.
Well, I appreciate
could have made
you
it
being
interesting.
Honest with them. Yeah.
I'll lie more when I get on at 4.
Will you do that?
Yeah.
All right. The best lies are always every afternoon starting at 4 o'clock. Joe Ising, anything to add?
Nope.
All right, go enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Back again tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. All right, I want you to think about the last time you tried to sell a house. The whole living room is covered in boxes, right? And then you've got people trying to come through your house. Boxes everywhere, and then people coming to look at your house. It is tough. And then you got a buyer that makes an offer, and you're thinking, I got to say yes because you've already got another house lined up. But that's exhausting. I'm exhausted just thinking about it. This is why Orchard was built for people like you and me who don't ever want to do that again. With Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, you buy your new home first, and you move in on your terms. No double moves, no rushing, no living in constant cleanup mode. Orchard's going to give you cash-backed options to help you buy confidently. And then get you in with a local Orchard Pro. They know the market. They use the smart tools to help sell your home for more. And after they've moved out, they take care of the repairs, they prep the home, they list it, and you get the right buyers. Orchard isn't an iBuyer. They offer multiple selling options, including cash offers, so you stay in control the entire time. It's a different kind of move. One where you settle in first, you breathe a little, and then let the pros handle the sale. See what your home is worth with a free home valuation. Go to Orchard.com. It's Orchard.com.
The Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection. Awesome, yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices, plus jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
We'll scour through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws.
You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. If you're like me, your vision matters. Now, I have to wear readers for everything on a page, anything within arm's length, and I hate it. I want to get rid of them. I went to K2 Vision RLE, and I'm going to be getting the procedure. No more readers for me, and I'll never have to worry about a cataract for the rest of my life. I was so impressed with my consultation. Make an appointment at K2VisionRLE.com. You can even do it over Zoom. Make an appointment, K2VisionRLE.com.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Shinecup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Melody Burkett. Former Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich has passed away after suffering a heart attack.
Another big part of what our office does, especially with everyone in this room, is to protect the most vulnerable.
Brnovich held that office from 2015 until 2023, losing a bid for the U.S. Senate the year before. Brnovich opposed same-sex marriage, filing an amicus brief with the U.S. Supreme Court in 2015. He would later join a lawsuit filed by Texas in opposing the choice of student-use bathrooms based on gender identity. His office would investigate election fraud following the 2020 presidential vote, finding no proof of fraud, though it claimed there were serious vulnerabilities in the system. Mark Brnovich was 59. The U.S. Supreme Court hears oral arguments about whether states can enact laws to ban transgender students from sports, while House Republicans at the state legislature introduced a measure to do just that. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the News Center to explain.
HCR 2003 would ask Arizona voters this fall if student athletes should be categorized by 3 teams, male, female, and co-ed. State Rep Selena Bliss says it's about keeping sports safe and fair.
Female athletes are losing opportunities. We have over 300 incidences nationwide since 2020 that document girls being displaced by biological males.
The measure also ensures private spaces for changing rooms and showers designated by biological sex. Bliss says 27 other states already have gender-specific sports designations. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Governor Katie Hobbs delivered her State of the State address ahead of her re-election year. Stacey Pearson, Democratic strategist, tells Arizona's Morning News where Hobbs and the legislature need to meet to improve the economy.
Arizona can't afford a $1 billion tax cut. We just simply won't be able to keep our lights on. But what we can do is cut middle-class taxes without giving bajillionaires giant breaks. And I think that's what the common ground is going to need to be.
She says Hobbs has been met with resistance from the GOP legislature, but has used executive orders to get policy through. Republican political analyst Stan Barnes tells Arizona Morning News this speech impacted her campaign.
Republicans in the legislature are going to put things on the governor's desk that they believe she will need to veto in order to satisfy her own base, but Republicans believe, will be majority-supported kinds of things.
He says the $1 billion tax cut proposed by Republican lawmakers is one thing the legislature and Hobbs will debate heavily on. Governor Hobbs will be live in studio with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Listen on KTAR News or watch the exclusive conversation live on the KTAR YouTube channel or at KTAR.com at 5:30. More eyes are on ice after an officer fatally shot a 37-year-old woman in Minnesota last week. Former Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb joined the Mike Broomhead show this morning, saying ICE is removing people here in our state, but we don't have people interfering. Lamb adds, in order to keep things civil, local law enforcement should support ICE.
If you want to keep your communities from having this problem like they did in Minnesota, it would have been very easy if the police were out there on the streets removing these people and arresting them for obstructing federal law enforcement.
Lamb adds, if people want to protest ICE, they should go to the congressmen and senators who voted these laws in place. The Arizona Department of Gaming is taking action to help those with gambling issues.
The department announced Monday Deserve Counseling LLC was awarded a contract for a new peer support and recovery program. There is no cost or insurance required to be a part of it. Counseling is offered in person, virtually, individual, or group sessions. Each patient will be paired with a trained specialist who experienced gambling problems. For more information, you can call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or go to problemgambling.az.gov. Jania McFarland, KTAR News.
Traffic and weather now from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Melody. Chandler with debris on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Price Freeway southbound near Ray Road. Phoenix with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound approaching 51st Avenue. Phoenix again with a crash blocking the Fontage Road. I-17 southbound at Union Hills Drive. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear tonight, the low 45, sunny the remainder of the week. We could break a record tomorrow with a high 79. Right now, it's 75 in Mesa. Conditions are perfect for a move with Homes to X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 1.
Many people say the best hour.
Look at you just jumping right in there. We didn't even prepare that.
Look at that, huh?
Bruce is out. Merrill is in. Chris, thank you for hanging out after Joe Huizinga. I'll do as best I can to do better than he does. How's that? Because I've got it. Will
you work on that?
I'm going to work on it.
Thank you.
No, thanks for coming in and,
of course,
hanging
buddy.
out. All right. So
this is kind of an honor for me. You know, I was a big fan. In radio, we call it a P1.
Okay.
I was a big fan for a long time. You and I were at a golf tournament one time.
Was I a jerk to you?
No, I don't think you gave me the time of day.
I don't give a lot of.
I think you were
people.
ahead of me, and somebody said that's Gatos up
so
there.
I didn't even say hello. I didn't even know you were there.
No.
I'm very nice. You can come up and say hello to me. I have people. Hey, can I shake your hand? Because they think I'm this big germaphobe.
Well, you are.
I'm not a germaphobe. I am a hypochondriac. I think I'm going to die of something. So shaking hands, I'm good with.
So you make mention of that. And we should also point out that Bruce is not here today.
He is not.
Bruce is the guy who just last week was telling us that there was nothing that could stop him from coming to work. He had to be bleeding on his deathbed.
Yeah,
and he would never go see a doctor. He takes Quill and Tussin. He does shots of each.
Middle of the show yesterday, he started feeling bad. I mean, stuff is just going around. The flu, this is a bad flu year. I don't know if he has the flu, but I mean, like I cannot get rid of a cough. Just can't.
No?
No. I still have this tickle. And sometimes it gets good, sometimes it gets worse, but we'll have some fun today. We've got Governor Katie Hobbs, 5:30 sharp, right on the nose at 5:30. We're going to bring her in studio. We have an outspoken exclusive with her, and she'll continue the tradition here at KTAR of Talk to the Governor. And so that's 5:30. Let's get into ICE. It's all anyone's talking about, and we shouldn't shy away from it. There were some more disturbing videos that were released. There's a woman heading to the doctor's office in an appointment, and before she got there, basically the glass got broken in her car. She was dragged out and mugged by ICE agents.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I don't say that lightly. I don't bring that up loosely. But this is what's happening. If you're gonna put your head in the sand and not see what we're all seeing, well, that's on you. That's on you. You can have your opinions about what happened in the shooting, and some people think that it was okay, and that the agent did what he thought was right. Fine, but you can't get past the fact that people's windows are being broken. They're dragged out of their car. It's all over the place.
Who does this, and why do they think they have the authority to do that?
I think it's a great question, and we dove into that because I wanted to know how much training they had. Because this is not the ICE of old. I've never had a problem with ICE. Not in my entire career here at KTAR.
Right.
I've sat here for 27 years. I've never had a problem with ICE. Not one.
Talked with directors, talked with people on this, on first, what do they call that? Frontliners?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is not the ICE of old. This is brand new. And so the people that are on the front lines that are getting these jobs, remember, a lot of them, not all, let's not paint with a broad brush, but a lot of them, they took that $50,000 bonus, or they're going to get that $50,000 bonus, and they got trained and they got released. So how far do we train these guys? And so the training has been, this is from the acting ICE director telling a news organization that training has been shortened from 8 weeks to not even 48 days.
Hold on, how many weeks is that? It's fewer than 7 weeks. So we dropped a week off the training. Okay.
So the training's been shortened to 6 days a week for 8 weeks.
So we went from like a Navy boot camp to an Air Force boot camp.
There are 48 days of training.
Okay.
That's it. You get 48 days of training. 48 days of training. That's it.
You barely know where your parking spot is or how to get to the bathrooms in 48 days at a new job.
Yeah, I mean, it takes months. It should take months to become an ICE agent. And now it only takes 47 days.
Wow.
Now, some people will say 47. Why do we know that number? Donald Trump's the 47th president. I don't know that to necessarily be the reason they picked 47.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time we used the brand. Right.
No, it wouldn't. But you're talking about, traditionally, these ICE agents are trained 5-6 months.
Right. And now we're down to
47 days.
Fewer than 2 months on it.
So if you look at what's
month
happening.
and a half.
Yeah. If you look at what's happening, there's a reason this is happening. They hired the wrong people and just anybody off the street.
Does this have to do with the influx of ICE agents? In other words, we're gonna swarm the different cities. We don't have enough ICE agents to swarm L.A. and Portland and Seattle and Minneapolis and Memphis and Charlotte, and you get the point. And so we have to have more people, and we can't possibly put them through the otherwise rigorous training. We're basically drafting newbies, and we're going to get them out of the field as soon as we can.
I think you're drafting angry people. I think you're drafting people without an education, and that's been proven. And we'll get to that in a moment. And
That's
I think that you're getting people who are angry at the world, and now they are ICE agents. And so where are the good ICE agents? Where are the ones that are standing up for people's rights? Because everything that I see on the street in Minneapolis, they don't know the Constitution. They don't know the law. They won't put up with you mouthing off at them. And you know what? You're allowed to mouth off at them. It's not the smartest thing to do. Don't get me wrong. It's not the smartest thing to do. But you are allowed to do that. And as soon as you mouth off, these guys are triggered. And they turn around and immediately, sometimes you're on the ground face down for just that. It's not impeding an investigation. These are guys that are bumping other people's cars. These are people who are breaking into homes without warrants. And I just want to, I'll say this. I am going to be on the right side of history on this one.
So,
and if you're not, you better get on board.
You made a great point. You talked about you didn't have an issue with ICE in the past, and now we're seeing an awful lot of this happening. Right. Where are the old ICE agents?
That's a great
who
question.
know what the parameters are, and why aren't they mentoring the new ones? Why aren't they saying, "Hey, Clint, get a hold of yourself. Hey, keep your cool." Where's the leadership within the ranks?
What do you think? Because I've gone over it in my head, and I'm trying to figure it out. I mean,
there's a big part of me that feels like we have moved toward this authoritarian acceptance.
Right.
And as a result, you've got rank and files who in the past felt handcuffed by the Constitution, and now they've been told the cuffs are off, you can do as you please. And I got to tell you, once you start to feel that power over somebody else, it is tough to give that back.
And you've got a president who's going to get you off the hook.
Right. So why would you ever dial yourself back?
I'll rephrase it. You've got the most powerful man on the planet that has your back and is going to get you off the hook.
And is encouraging you.
Right. Remember, they're not, in most parts, in most cases, going after illegal immigrants. They're just not. It's not what it's about. I thought that's what it was about last year.
Well, that's what we were told during the campaign. We're going to go after the worst of the worst.
Yeah, I believed it. Did you believe it? I believed it. I know Bruce didn't believe it, but Bruce goes to one side very quickly.
I know he does. I know he does.
And I like to see what happens first. And I can't tell you how disappointed I am.
I did not believe it because...
You did not believe it?
Because we had people coming out and saying, look, we need to prioritize. That was Obama's thing, right? He was considered to be the deporter-in-chief, and he said, we're going to go after the bad people. Then he brought in DACA, and he started saying, let's figure out a pathway to citizenship for people who are not drug dealers and murderers and rapists and escape from insane asylums or whatever else it is that Trump has said. Trump's approach, however, has been completely blanket. He says, look, you're here illegally. That means you are a potential criminal in every other aspect. And so we're just going to get anybody that is committing any crime. This goes back to some of the kind of the broken window theory. If you break a window, we are going to come at you with the full force of the law so that you realize you can't get away with things, so that you don't become the drug dealer, so that you don't become the murderer, so that you don't become the gang member, whatever else it is. That's the approach that we've taken to immigration. There's no way that they're going to say, oh, DACA recipients, that's cool. Oh, you've been here a while and you're checking in every month like you're supposed to. That's cool. No, they're going to go after the worst of the worst. And I knew that from the beginning.
I got a ton of feedback about what I said about law enforcement yesterday.
Didn't you say you always support them? You always.
I am a big supporter of law enforcement. The police departments around the valley, the deputies from the sheriff's office, and I always have been. And I got a lot of people that said, Gatos, I'm glad that you said that, because there were moms of police officers who had contacted me yesterday saying, I'm glad that you put this out there. ICE right now is completely unhinged. They're unhinged. This is not
out of pocket.
This is not law enforcement.
Yeah,
this isn't law enforcement. We cannot look at our police around town here like we do ICE right now.
And that's what Minneapolis police are saying, too. Minneapolis police are very frustrated because they're going, whoa, whoa, whoa.
So these ICE agents, and we talk about 47 days to get trained. That's ridiculous. Background checks don't happen until they start work. That's what one official said. They are rubber stamping applicants in days. Training was slashed. They eliminated sit-ups because these recruits couldn't do it.
Oh,
That's
my
not me
gosh.
taking a shot. That is people within the office saying this is the case. And so if you look wrong at one of these guys, you could be face down on the ground. And that is not what the Phoenix Police Department does. That is not what anybody else, the Mesa, Scottsdale, Utah, nobody is doing that. ICE is doing that. ICE is doing that. So at 5:30 when Governor Hobbs comes on, my first question, ICE is coming here. Are you going to let what's happening in Minneapolis happen here? And what's your message to ICE? So the governor is going to join us at 5:30. All right, I'm contractually...
Straight up at 5:30.
Right. I'm contractually obligated.
Go on.
To do, Bruce does this. It's a shout out to Avondale. I'm not very clear about this.
Yeah,
but
the
here
Avondalians.
goes. Yeah. Hello, Avondale. Thank you for listening.
Shout out, Avondale.
Okay.
Shouted. Well shouted, my
All
friend.
right. Chris Merrill is in for Bruce. Coming up next, does Phoenix have a shopping cart problem? Stick around. All right. Advanced Window Products. Chris and I like Advanced Window Products. They were at my house just a week or so ago. All the measurements are done. We are on schedule for new windows in the Gatos household. And I'm super excited. I'm super excited about what my summer bill is going to look like, my AC bill, because it's going to be lower. These windows are fantastic. Local Arizona company, local window and door manufacturing company. They sell directly to you. It's the best time to replace your windows right now. Get them installed, before it starts to cook here in the desert. I always send you to great local companies. In Advanced Window Products, 40 years in business. It's a 40-year anniversary. And they are here to stay. They build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. You have one phone call, and you will keep that phone number for as long as you have those windows. And if there's any issue, that's the number you use. All right? From their factory to your front door in 8 weeks or less. So, call Advanced Window Products. Best way to get a hold of them, I would just go online, right? AdvancedWindows.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:18, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. New inflation numbers are out today that show consumer prices rose by about 0.3 percentage point in December when compared with November. The Consumer Price Index shows that prices are up overall compared to last year, in line with expectations, but it also shows prices are still high in many categories, especially certain groceries.
If you look at coffee prices, they're still up about 20% over the past year. Some fresh produce, so think of lettuce or bananas, those prices still rising 6-7% over the past year. Beef prices also still going up at a really fast pace, almost 16% in the past year. But then we do see egg prices going down.
That's ABC's Elizabeth Schulte. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Chandler with the debris on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Price Freeway, southbound near Ray Road. Phoenix with crash on the left-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound approaching 51st Avenue. Phoenix one last time with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near 7th Avenue. This report is brought to you by Mountainside Fitness, 35 years strong, 25 locations valley-wide. Join mountainsidefitness.com with $0 enrollment and 30 days free. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. And now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, we made Chris Merrill stay late. He does the 2 to 4 program with Joe Huizinga, my buddy. And Bruce is out today.
I make Joe read the comments at KTAR News YouTube channel.
Okay.
So we've got... I make him do it because I'm very sensitive.
Are you really?
Yeah, I really am.
Oh,
so William says, Chris, on Outspoken, this ought to be fun. Brainless and brain dead.
Oh.
That's great.
Oh.
I don't know which one I am or you are. Yeah. Let me see.
I'd like to be brain dead, I think, other than brainless.
Brainless?
Yeah.
Be a
At least
vegetable.
One time I had a brain. Hey, do we have a shopping cart problem in Phoenix?
Do we have a shopping cart problem?
What do you mean? Like, what do you
I went to the store yesterday. I went in for some coffee creamer.
Okay.
And suddenly I find my arms are full. I got a bag of apples. I've got some juice over here. And then I went, I better, of course, stop by this aisle of adult beverages. And the next thing I know, I guess I had a shopping cart problem because my arms were full and I didn't have a cart.
All right. I said I don't like to touch the carts. That goes back to, how weird I am. But there's a new law that requires retailers in Phoenix to track carts and prevent abandonment. It starts January 15th. What's the date today?
I think we're at the 13th today.
We are?
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, you know when you're driving around and, like, in the middle of the road, there's a shopping cart. Oh, there's the side of the road, there's a shopping cart. And I guess, I'm guessing, well, who's bringing those out? Who's taking the shopping carts? It's got to be the homeless people.
Yeah.
Because they can put their stuff in it. It makes total sense to me. But the shopping cart ordinance goes into effect on Thursday. And it's like, okay, do we really have an issue with these? I haven't hit one with my car. That's good. If a homeless person wants a shopping cart, take the shopping cart. Am I wrong?
Well, hold on. Yeah, you're wrong.
I'm sure
you're wrong on that. Yeah, you can't just help yourself to whatever else somebody else has.
Maybe.
However, the ordinance punishes the
business,
the shopping, right? The shopping center. Right? It punishes the Safeway. It punishes the Fry's. It punishes these people for not. So they're already being punished when somebody takes their shopping cart. Those things are a couple $100 a piece.
Okay.
So not only do they have somebody that just walked off with it because they heard Gatos say, "Go ahead and take it,"
but they're homeless, man. I feel bad.
But now also the if you don't do that, then there's going to be a penalty on the store as well. So not only do you lose your shopping cart. Homeless Jack runs it out, leaves it in the middle of Thunderbird. It gets run over. You're out $200 on the shopping cart, and then you get fined by the city for letting it off your property.
All right, I'm starting to rethink this a little bit.
Okay.
You're making some good points.
All right.
So do we have a serious problem with abandoned shopping carts?
See them in alleyways, next to bus stops, dumped in canals.
I see them everywhere. Yeah, like on alleyways.
How many did you see riding in today?
Oh, that's a good question.
I'm going with
I kind
zero.
of ignore them.
I went with zero. I don't know if I'm looking for them, but I didn't see one.
I drive through Sunny Slope.
Did you say you saw some?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I see them everywhere.
In my neighborhood.
Most of the time, the homeless people will take them and they'll use them for their items and stuff like that, and then they'll leave them just in all type of kind of strange places.
Abandoned shopping carts are a serious problem in the city of Phoenix.
Is it really?
With roughly 8,000 ditched carts.
Wow.
Holy crap.
Okay, maybe there's an issue.
Scooped off city streets every year. But that may be about to change. A new shopping cart ordinance goes into effect January 15th.
Maybe we can get ICE when they get here to go around and, rally some of these, go out and...
Okay, I like what you're doing
collect some of these shopping
carts. I see where you're
carts.
going. Yeah.
I think that'd be better than dragging, people who are bludgeoned out of their car. Anyway, it's just a thought. Let's go back to the audio.
That will force retailers to do a better job tracking their carts and preventing them from wandering off.
So they got this new technology that's being tested, and it's like GPS trackers on the carts.
It's like an ankle monitor if you're on parole, right?
Yeah. Well, in other cities and in states, I know that you've probably been to, these are locked up.
Yeah, isn't it Aldi that does it? You got to pay a quarter.
Right. Is that in Dallas? I was in Dallas, and I
think we're getting one here. I just saw a headline today. I think we're getting.
So they lock them
up.
Aldi. Well, how do you get the shopping cart out?
You got to pay a quarter.
Oh, you put a quarter.
It's like a deposit, and then when you bring it back, you get your quarter back.
Oh, you actually get the money back.
Yeah, it's just a deposit.
Okay.
Yeah, they should keep the quarter. It's a great way to.
That is a great
raise some revenue.
Yeah, but then like people would be like you. They
steal the shopping cart. I paid for this.
You wouldn't use a shopping cart. You've got all this stuff in your hands.
That's what happens.
And you're dropping crap all over the place.
Yeah.
Think about the ICE thing. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'd much rather see ICE digging shopping carts out of canals than digging people out of their homes.
I'm just saying, it might be a good possibility.
All right, you're onto something.
Okay. So we got Katie Hobbs, the governor of Arizona, joining us in an hour and 5 minutes. So make sure that you're here at 5:30. We'll certainly talk about ICE. She had the state of the state. Merrill listened to it, so I didn't have to. We'll talk to her about that. Hey, coming up next, is AI leading to burnout in the workplace? Stick around.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
All right, I want you to choose Aria Dental Implant Center right here in Phoenix, locally owned, proud to offer world-class care, state-of-the-art facility. If you've got broken teeth, this is the place for you. If you've got missing teeth, Aria is the place for you. If you can't eat certain proteins and you're not eating your vegetables because you can't chew them, Dr. Joe, who is the best at what he does, decades of experience, thousands of smiles restored, he is your guy. Okay, unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, this bait and switch pricing, these fake limited time offers, the surprise add-on fees. At ARIA, you don't see any of that stuff. None of it. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who really felt truly cared for. Dr. Joe will truly care for you. A lot of the times after he has the consultation, which is free when you mention Gatos, he'll sometimes, if you need his cell phone number because you have questions, he'll do that. He'll do that for you. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe over at AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
It's a new year in Phoenix, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Doris did. She called Rhino Shield.
My house is a stucco house. You know, I had my house painted probably about 6 years ago. You know, it was peeling. It didn't look good, and I didn't feel like I got my money's worth. But with Rhino Shield, I definitely think you do.
Rhino Shield's not paint. It's better.
My team was very neat and efficient, and then they came back after they were finished to check with me and make sure that everything was the way we wanted it.
You too can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
So I just think it's a wonderful product. If you're thinking about getting your house painted, Rhino Shield is the best product that you could possibly put on your home.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
No paint, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. I'm Melody Burkett. Former Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich has died at the age of 59 after suffering a heart attack, a staunch Republican.
Joe Biden has incentivized and decriminalized an activity that is legal border crossing, and that's why we're seeing this dramatic spike. And every single month now we're saying it's a new record, it's a new record.
Brnovich served as state attorney general from 2015 until 2023. His office would investigate election fraud following the 2020 presidential vote, finding no proof of fraud, though it claimed there were serious vulnerabilities in the system. Last year, Brnovich was nominated by the White House to serve as ambassador to Serbia. That nomination was later pulled.
We're shocked. We're heartbroken.
Reacting to the death of Mark Brnovich, a prominent Republican tells KTAR he didn't believe the news when he first heard it. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live in the news center to tell you more.
That from Arizona Senate President Warren Peterson, who says he learned Brnovich had passed away before the public and was in disbelief. Reflecting on the death of the former Arizona AG, Peterson says,
Mark Brnovich left incredible legacy here in the state of Arizona. He was a beloved father, husband, and he was a great elected official, a great attorney general.
And Peterson adds he was one of the first people to endorse Brnovich's 2014 run for statewide office, describing him as a strong Republican leader whose service to the state will be remembered. Live in the news center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
President Trump is said to be weighing potential military options against Iran in response to the regime's crackdown in the mass anti-government protests that have been sweeping that country.
President Trump writes in a social media post that he has canceled all meetings with Iranian officials, quote, until the senseless killing of protesters stops. The president in that post says, quote, help is on its way, but he doesn't offer specifics, and he encourages protesters to continue what they're doing. The White House said Monday that the president's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, was talking directly to Iran's foreign minister after the president said Iran had reached out to negotiate. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
Eyes on Education.
2 Mesa High School employees are under investigation for failing to report a suspected crime.
The Mesa High principal and athletic director will not have their contracts renewed after the governing board voted against it this week, keeping them on administrative leave until their contracts expire on June 30th. Kirk Thomas and David Klecka allegedly failed to report an assault with a weapon following a school soccer game until the next day. The Mesa Police Department submitted charges for the failure to report, according to our TV partners at ABC 15. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
To read more education solution stories, go to KTAR.com/education. Apple is partnering with Google to have Siri powered by Google's AI, Gemini. Tim Worth, tech editor at Mashable, tells Arizona's Morning News Apple has been trying to work with AI for years.
Apple's been working with a few AI companies. They've used ChatGPT to power Apple Intelligence. They've used Google for other things. And really, they've been trying to debut an AI Siri for years, and they just haven't been able to get it to work right.
While Google and Apple are competitors, the companies have worked together in the past. Now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Peoria with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101 Agua Fria northbound near Thunderbird Road. Scottsdale with a crash blocking the interchange ramp. Loop 101 Pima Freeway northbound approaching the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway. Westbound transition. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right lane, I-17 southbound near Camelback Road. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Get your $47 heating tune-up today. Call 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies tonight, the low 45, sunny the remainder of the week. We could break a record tomorrow, high 79. Right now, it's 75 in Phoenix. Conditions are perfect for a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
A council member from Scottsdale joins us to talk about issues in that city and how it affects the entire valley. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All right, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Got Chris Merrill in here. Bruce is out. We're just going to put you to work. I may say, do 7 o'clock tonight too. When we
you think so?
Why not?
All right. Well,
maybe a little overnight.
Yeah, who doesn't love that?
All right, Governor Katie Hobbs in less than an hour. She'll be in studio. Our Talk to the Governor segment. AI, pretty interesting article out of the Wall Street Journal. You know how people are using AI to kind of summarize emails and take notes? And
I do.
file.
I use it that way.
Okay, so that's interesting. I don't use it that way.
Yeah.
And basically, like a lot of people use AI like you do with the emails and the notes and expense reports, and it keeps you free to concentrate on the important stuff.
Okay. It gives me more time to jack around.
You're just being honest.
It genuinely does. Like I go, hey, just summarize this, put it into the show notes,
right?
And so then then it gives us time to jack around.
The study from the Wall Street Journal says that it all sounds great. But they say the catch is that our brains are not capable of thinking big thoughts nonstop, and we risk forfeiting some of this stuff that will spring to mind while we're doing the easy, repetitive job functions. If we stop doing the easy, repetitive job functions, sometimes our creativity will go down.
I agree with that.
You do agree with that?
I do.
Interesting.
I do.
Because I don't use AI the same you use AI.
No. So, in fact, here, I show you. So,
what is that?
Those are my show notes from earlier today. So I just tell the show. I say,
do you
summarize this article for me. Make bullet. I know you've got.
Do you want to see my show notes?
Yeah, this is great.
I'm holding up a small piece of paper. Maybe
it's like a 5x7 notepad.
Yeah,
that's great.
Maybe I should start working.
Well, look how detailed I am, though, and so I give it. It has all these different breakdowns,
But
which
are
is
you
really
one of those
great.
guys that needs it written down, or and to see it?
That's my Dumbo feather.
Okay.
So,
because I shoot from the hip.
So
I do
like
research,
to have
but
this.
I shoot from the hip.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So what I like to have though is I like to have a safety net. Right.
Okay. All right.
And then I feel like if I got the safety net, then I can fly higher on the trapeze.
I don't want a safety net. I feel like if I don't have a safety net, I'm better.
Crash and burn.
Hey, and listen, sometimes it's interesting to crash and burn.
I hear you. It makes for great radio. I get you on that.
Yeah.
But what I like to do though is I like to just say, hey, summarize the story, give me some bullet points, and then it gives me a chance. I feel like now I can read the story as the story is written, rather than reading the story to take notes. It's the difference between reading for edification and reading because you have to take a test at the end of the day.
Okay.
So now that the notes are already in there, I don't have to study the notes. I can read the story and try to. And remember, I work with Joe.
Well,
right. So I got a lot on my plate here because he's not going to read it.
You got a lot on your plate.
He's not going to read any of it. So I got to come up with all this stuff
I think
and then
it's
understand
interesting
that.
how people use AI, how you use it, how I use it differently. I don't use.
How do you use it?
I
Do
want to
you use
use
it at
AI all the time, but like the other day we were thinking, all right, are we going to chat about Iran? Well, if we chat about Iran, listen, I'm not a scholar on Tehran, Iran. Okay.
Indeed.
So I was going with ChatGPT. It was asking some questions. I mean, I know some stuff in my head.
Give me some background on it.
Give
is
me
what
some
you're saying,
background.
right?
I want to learn a little bit, and so I used it in that way, and we ended up not talking about it on the show. But like for the everyday person, because you're using ChatGPT like other people use it, like a teacher. Teachers are using ChatGPT and AI to kind of help with their lesson planning, and it's taking some time off of their plate, which is absolutely what they need.
Yeah, but I will say this, to the point that you started with, the creative juices are turned off. I get so frustrated reading some of it because one of the things that you and we have to do is we always say, here's what's coming up next, right? And I like to have something that is engaging, a hook, we call it in the business. It is terrible at that. So then I feel like I'm laboring over these sorts of things. and I'm
not creative.
AI is not creative. It's really bad, and it becomes very obvious. And so I sort of have to labor over those things on my own, and then I find that the creative juices I have, how do I think a little bit deeper? I can ask it to think a little more analytically, and it will give me ideas that I may not have come up with on my own. But I also find look, my juices are turned off at times if I rely too heavily on it. Yeah.
Okay, but but aren't we getting AI to think for us?
Well, that's where the risk is, right? How do I do higher level thinking if I'm relying on something else to do it? In the same way that when we were in high school, I could do algebra. Not well. I was not great at algebra, but I could do it.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
There's not a chance I could do algebra right now because I haven't used it. And now I've got a calculator. I can type into ChatGPT, find me the hypotenuse of whatever. I know this geometry, but I could ask the computer to do it for me. So I'm not exercising those skills now. So yeah, it's making us dumber in that regard. And then what happens when we do have to do those things on our own? Now all of a sudden we're not equipped, and now it feels heavier.
I have a friend who has a child that is in the middle of algebra.
Okay.
And they're both using ChatGPT to help learn. And ChatGPT will actually show my friend and his daughter how the problem is done, step by step.
Shows the work.
Very slowly, step by step. And I was like, yeah, that would have been good for me because I couldn't do algebra.
Yeah.
And so that's part of, the great thing about AI. I still want to know where jobs are going to be created by AI. We know that jobs have been replaced by AI,
and then more being put on somebody else's plate.
Where's the new? Yeah, where are the new jobs that AI is supposed to come out with?
They're in AI.
I don't know what that means.
They're
right?
the people who are writing AI, I guess.
Oh, goodness.
They're paying a ton in Silicon Valley, too.
They are.
Wages start, there's people fresh out of college, $200,000, if they know coding for AI specifically.
All right, AI leading to some burnout in the workplace. All right, let's see. We've got Governor Katie Hobbs coming up at 5:30 in studio. The Talk to the Governor segment happens here every 2 weeks. Up next, do Americans support ICE tactics? So why don't we look at the numbers? I've got them right in front of me. I'll read them next.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-666-9943 for a free in-home appointment. Or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Imagine never climbing the roof again to take down holiday lights. With AZ Trim Lights' permanent programmable LED system, you'll enjoy color-changing magic for every season, controlled right from your smartphone. January is the perfect time to upgrade, and they're making it even better with 20% off your install this month, backed by the only real lifetime product warranty in the industry. AZ Trim Light delivers competitive prices and uncompromising quality. Schedule your free no-pressure quote today at aztrimlight.com. Make your home shine with AZ Trim Light.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Imagine this instead. You're moving better, stronger, planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January's supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. While the rest of the country is bundling up, we are spending more and more time outdoors in our perfect weather. Let Creative Environments transform your outdoor space. How about a custom fire pit or an elegant outdoor fireplace? Creative Environments build spaces where stories are shared and memories are made, especially on those crisp desert nights. Go to creativeenvironments.com. You're going to love the work they do. You're going to love the results. You'll love being outside. creativeenvironments.com.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:45, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. Doctors are calling it a breakthrough. Cancer survival rates have increased dramatically over the years. Dr. William Dayhut, the chief scientific officer at the American Cancer Society, mentions a few reasons as to why and says the amount of people who have stopped smoking is a major factor.
Tobacco use and really drives so many cancers. So the fact that 44% of people were smoking in the 60s, so like only 11% now, that's dramatic.
Findings from the American Cancer Society show that 70% of people diagnosed with cancer survived 5 years or more in the period from 2015 to 2021. That's up from about half in the mid-1970s. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Tempe with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Price Freeway northbound near University Drive. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Pima Freeway westbound near Tatum Boulevard. Peoria with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Agua Fria northbound near Thunderbird Road. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy Dealers. Start the new year and drive at your Valley Chevy Dealers. Find yours today at Sands Chevrolet and Surprise. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is one of the most important things you can do for the people you love. If one of your New Year's resolutions is to protect what matters most, act now and save 65% on a living trust with RJP Estate Planning. This could ensure your assets are passed on exactly as you intended. Because without a living trust, your home, your bank accounts, and your investments could end up in Arizona probate court when you pass away. This could take years and cost tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even with a will, your estate could still face probate. To avoid this, call RJP Estate Planning now and save 65% on a living trust.
Save 65% on a living trust if you're 60 or over. Call 480-896-9597 by January 23rd. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
Mike Broomhead.
Everybody on that side of the aisle has been saying for years, Maduro has to go. He's illegitimate. He was either a drug lord that was under indictment during the Biden administration for distribution of running a drug cartel that was poisoning the American people, or he wasn't. And that's the question we all should be wrestling with. That doesn't mean you and I are going to come to the same conclusion, but we've got to stop this hatred of something being done because we don't like the person that did it.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doc for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange would be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Free consultations at Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp, and new numbers from the federal government show the Valley's inflation rate is at its highest point in almost a year and a half. So what drove up our costs? Join LaDonna, Harvey, and me for Arizona's Morning News Wednesday.
All right, outspoken Bruce and Gatos. Bruce is out today. Chris Merrill is in. It's our first one together.
Definite upgrade.
We've never done a show together, I don't think.
Isn't that? I know. I don't think we have.
Weird over the long time.
I guess we did some stuff for when we did our radiothon. For
yeah.
Hospital. But as far as doing your show, no, this is the first time. Well, we can never get you to come in here for our show. We'd love to have you on our show. I'd have you fill in for Joe all the time.
I'm too busy.
I got things going. Let me check my schedule.
Let me
check my schedule on that.
Hold on, I got my phone here.
I
can't.
Booked.
I can't do it that day.
Going to be available.
Sorry, man. This is a one-way partnership.
Yeah, sorry about that.
This is not two ways. All right. We're going to check up on the economy at 5 o'clock. Inflation, jobs. Oof. Hope it gets better this year. All right. So
that's an investment strategy.
Hope
right
it gets
there.
better this year.
Well, I hope it gets better.
We've got numbers. Like there's a new poll out, YouGov. We've got a poll out on ICE. So we've seen with our own eyes what ICE has been doing over the last year. Especially in Minneapolis. I'm not for it. I don't think it's law enforcement. I think they are off their rocker. I'm not alone. Gosh, I was watching a little bit of Joe Rogan. He's the guy that helped Trump get elected.
Yeah, he's in the brosphere, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like
manosphere.
And I like Joe Rogan. And then he said this today. I was like, is that Joe Rogan?
But you don't want militarized people in the streets just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have their papers on them. Are we really going to be the Gestapo? Where's your papers? Is that what we've come to?
Or if you're Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Gazpacho police.
Yeah. I mean, even she's come around on this. And so, I thought that was interesting. Listen, a lot of people listen to Rogan. I like him. I don't agree with anything anybody ever says or all that, but I mean, for Rogan to say that it's pretty big. There are a lot of people who are on the right that are saying this crap that we're seeing in Minneapolis is wrong. And if you're for it, that's on you. So let me give you a poll. ICE had a positive net approval rating last February at the start of Trump's second term. And why wouldn't they? They had a plus 16 net approval. I'm a big fan of law enforcement. I think they have the hardest job in the world. I love our officers here in Arizona. We should support them every day. So ICE, and I've never had a problem with ICE until now. ICE had a plus 16 net approval. It's cratered.
Okay.
Minus 14.
Good. Whoa. Oh, that's a 30-point swing if I'm doing math right.
Minus 14. And that's the immigration policies.
This is something that you talked with Meghan McCain about this. You and Bruce had Meghan on in 2024. And you were asking about some of these policies and what's going to happen. And Meghan McCain at the time, and I'm going to paraphrase for her, but I won't forget, she said, people are all for immigration enforcement unless they start seeing moms and their babies being dragged out of homes. Unless they start seeing this on the street in their faces, and it's not just the drug dealers, the gangs, the rapists, the murderers, and the insane asylum escapees, I guess.
I don't know.
She said it's going to be a different situation when the rubber meets the road. And one thing about this administration, too, that has sort of been a double-edged sword for them is that they want to be as media-friendly as possible. So there is a camera everywhere. Everyone's got a camera, and you'll notice that what happened in Minneapolis, it took almost no time at all for Kristi Noem to show up in costume with a
Cowboy
I think it was a 35-gallon hat that she was wearing. Right. It was way too big so that she could get camera ready and be right out there. So now that all of a sudden we're seeing some of the behavior on camera being exposed and then being leaked to or being posted on social media or in media picking up on that, that's the double-edged sword of this. Like, there was a video of what happened in Portland. And so that's not getting nearly the headlines that the video did with what we saw in Minneapolis.
I'll be the first to say I'm not really sure what happened.
Same.
I don't really know.
There's no 2 people died.
Yeah, but I don't know.
I still 2 people, and I have no idea about any other details.
I don't know either.
Right.
And I'm not going to rush to judgment because I don't know anything about it. I'm just saying what I'm seeing isn't law enforcement. And you know why? Law enforcement tells me that. I have law enforcement friends that are telling me, hey, by the way, that's not law enforcement. Well, I'm like, I don't think it is.
Yeah, and it makes everybody look bad. Right? It makes and so anybody wearing a badge now is being painted with that same brush.
Right.
And that's a really dangerous situation for the FBI, for state police, for our state troopers, for local cops. Everyone's being painted with that broad brush. It's not dissimilar to when we had the defund the police. The idea was anyone in a badge is a threat.
I've never supported defund the police. I think it's outrageous. It's stupid. But let's go down that road for
terrible
ICE.
Branding.
In September of 2024, 19% supported abolishing ICE. I'm certainly
that would have been your far left liberals, right?
Horrible. Yeah. I mean, what has ICE done that we should say abolish them? Well,
other than enforce immigration
stuff, right? Okay.
Now we are, right.
So in September of 2024, just 19% supported abolishing ICE. This month, 42% support abolishing ICE.
Wow.
42%.
That means you've got independents that are swinging over and saying it's gone too far.
You can't see what's happening on the street of Minneapolis and think that's okay.
I don't
either.
But how does that affect my kitchen table and my family budget? That happened in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
What's happening on my kitchen table is happening to me right now. That's my bigger concern, feeding my kids.
I hear you, man, and no one's talking about that.
So why don't we do that?
I think we should. Coming up next. The U.S. had the weakest job growth since 2003. So what does the 2026 economy have in store for you? We're going to talk about it. It's coming up, Outspoken. Look at Chris Merrill over there. He's enjoying the show. This is more fun than this is more fun than with Hyzenga, isn't it?
Oh, my gosh.
I tease Hyzenga. All right. Stick around, Outspoken. All right. Arizona Painting Company. I'm teasing. The Arizona Painting Company. What a deal they've got for you right now. And I really want you to get involved in this. Let's say you want to get your house painted this year. It's like, you talk to the wife, you talk to your husband, and it was late last year, and you're like, yeah, we really should do it. We really should do it. Okay, do it. Here's what you do. Text the word paint to 620-620. I'll send you a bounce back text. And you'll have the phone number from the Arizona Painting Company, and it'll have a very special 20% off for you. Here's how you get locked into the 20%. You call them this month in January. And then you say, I'd like to get the house painted in March. Still get 20%? Yep. I'd like to get the house painted in April. Still get the 20%. I'd like to get the house painted in July, middle of the summer. You still get the 20%. That's how it works. So call the Arizona Painting Company this month, okay? You book now, and you can paint whenever you want, and you got 20% off because you mentioned Gatos. Text the word paint to 620-620.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
The Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection. Awesome, yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices, plus jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
We'll scour through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws.
You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm Melody Burkett. Former Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich has died after suffering a heart attack at the age of 59. Born in Detroit, Brnovich served as the AG from 2015 until 2023, leaving that office following a failed U.S. Senate bid. His office would investigate election fraud following the 2020 presidential vote.
Donald Trump lost Arizona, period. I've said that from the very beginning.
Finding no proof of fraud, though, he claimed there were serious vulnerabilities in the system. Last year, Brnovich was nominated by the White House to serve as ambassador to Serbia. That nomination was later pulled. The U.S. Supreme Court heard oral arguments today on whether states should be allowed to ban transgender students from sports. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the News Center with details.
A new measure at the Arizona legislature would ask voters if sports should be designated as male, female, and co-ed teams. Senate President Warren Peterson attended today's Supreme Court proceedings in Washington, D.C.
It is a biological fact. Boys have more muscle mass, they have larger lungs, they have larger bones. They're built stronger, faster.
He tells the Mike Broomhead Show the Save Women's Sports Act was signed into law in Arizona in 2022, but the state attorney general refused to enforce it. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Governor Katie Hobbs delivered her State of the State address yesterday. The economy was a focus of her speech. Republican political analyst Dan Barnes tells Arizona's Morning News how she differs from the GOP legislature.
The Republicans in the legislature want to take the whole ball of wax done in the big, beautiful bill and take Arizona's tax policy and conform it to that. That would result in a pretty large tax cut. Katie Hobbs, as governor, only wants some of that.
The tax cut proposed by the legislature would be worth about $1 billion, cuts Democrats say the state just can't afford. Democratic political strategist Stacey Pearson tells Arizona's Morning News what may or may not get done.
I wish I could say that the legislature would work with her to either get her directors confirmed or pass continuation of Prop 123 to fund education. Certainly, I'm hopeful, I'm optimistic, but I'm not sure that's going to happen.
Hobbs says the economy is her priority as she continues her bid for re-election. Governor Hobbs sits down for an exclusive conversation with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Catch it on KTAR News or watch it live at 5:30 on the KTAR YouTube channel or at KTAR.com. A sharp focus remains on ICE after an agent fatally shot a 37-year-old woman in Minnesota last week.
Former Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb joined the Mike Broomhead Show this morning, saying he believes the agent's actions were 100% justified as a form of protection, but adds it could have been prevented.
Tell your people to stop obstructing law enforcement in doing their job.
Lamb says it's dangerous for people to interfere with agents, and there's a better way to fight for your view on ICE.
Go to the offices of the congressmen and senators who are actually the people that voted these laws into place.
Elizabeth Klein, KTAR News.
Deserve Counseling LLC was awarded a new contract by the Arizona Department of Gaming to help those who experience gambling problems. The peer program does not require insurance or any cost to join the virtual, in-person, individual, or group counseling sessions. For more information, go to KTAR.com. A former Navy SEAL has been convicted of planning an attack on law enforcers at a No King's Day protest in California last summer.
Security video from a truck stop in Lordsburg, New Mexico shows Gregory Vandenberg buying 6 large mortar fireworks and 72 firecrackers on June 14th. The clerk says he told her that he was headed to a No Kings rally in San Diego, where he intended to light the fireworks and throw them at police. Federal agents tracked the 49-year-old to Tucson, where he was found sleeping in his car. Vandenberg has been convicted of transportation of explosives with intent to kill, injure, or intimidate. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Traffic and weather now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane, I-10 Popular Freeway, westbound near 16th Street. Phoenix again with a pedestrian spotted near the roadway. Loop 101 Pima Freeway, westbound near 7th Street. Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Price Freeway, northbound near University Drive. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's top-rated builder. Just read the reviews, lock in 2025 pricing now, and get a free pool table included. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear tonight, the low 45, sunny the remainder of the week. We could break a record tomorrow with a high 79. Right now, it's 73 in Sun City. Conditions are perfect for a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed, #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 2.
Many people have said it's the best hour.
That is not the voice of Bruce St. James.
It's the second fiddle talk show host.
No, Bruce is out. We've got Chris Merrill in today. Thanks for joining us, man.
The undisputed second most listened to talk show.
So coming up at 5:30, we're going to have Governor Katie Hobbs in studio. Do you have something that you wish to talk to her about? Because I definitely want to talk to her about ICE.
Well, I want to talk to her about this coming legislative session because she did her State of the State address yesterday, and she said, I want to do this and this and this and this. And all I could think is, yeah, you're not going to be able to do that. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Huh.
How are you going to get that done when you've got the legislature that says that they don't want? The legislature wants to introduce a bunch of stuff that we know she's going to veto. So how does she think that she's going to get any of her missions accomplished?
Well, I think that's the thing. That's the thing that's always very tough. You can't, if you're in Arizona, we've had Republican governors, but they've also had Republican House and Senate. We've got a Democratic governor who's got a Republican House and Senate.
And then they know that their stuff is going to get vetoed, so they start throwing just a bunch of just wild things out there, too. And the other thing, too, I'm really curious about this, and it's a bit of a heady question. I don't know. Maybe I should save this for my show. Maybe I'll just have her on my show. I feel like it's a really heady question.
I don't blame you.
But well, how do you – so the Republican – maybe it's better for the Republicans to answer. The Republicans want to match the big, beautiful bill with tax cuts in Arizona. Sounds great. Cut all of our taxes. We all love that. The difference is the big, beautiful bill is budgeted based on a progressive tax system. We have a flat tax in Arizona. So how do you match what's going on with the progressive tax when you have a flat tax? Those two things don't – you can't make the cuts the same way.
No.
Well, you just can't.
It'll be interesting. We're going to talk to Governor Hobbs.
That's boring, isn't it?
I don't –
That's
no,
boring.
I mean –
that's too heady.
Listen, I want to get some of the things that we're going to get into. I think we first get into ICE. So why don't you and
more like Bruce?
You and I should discuss ICE, and we'll ask the governor all the stuff. Okay, couple things about what is going on with ICE. More people are becoming outspoken about this. I can't find a whole lot of people who are police officers who say what they think ICE is doing is right. There are a lot of you that maybe you voted for this and this is something you thought was going to happen. I don't like chaos. I don't like dragging innocent people out of a car. I don't like shooting women in the face. I don't like any of this stuff. I don't like how it looks. I don't like that the folks in Minneapolis are going through this, and it looks like we're going to possibly go through something like this. Here's the question. Are these guys trained?
ICE?
Yeah.
Well, they got to be trained, right?
Are these guys trained? No, they're not. No, hold on. That's not fair. Let me bring it back.
Okay.
Not all of them are trained.
Trained
like past ICE agents. So
okay.
Let me break it down for you.
All right.
Okay. So there is a big story out there about ICE and if they are even trained properly, because usually you get 5 to 6 months of training. I mean, you would think at least this is something you're going to get.
Yeah.
Okay. How about 47 days?
Oh, that's fewer than 7 weeks. That's less than 2 months. That's like a month
ridiculous,
and a half.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're going to put people on the street in 47 days, and you think that's going to be something that's going to work out
47 days,
well?
that's enough time to teach everybody the nuances of the Constitution and the interpretation of Supreme Courts for the last 250 years. Absolutely, that's enough time. That's enough time to pass your physical fitness test, to get into shape. I mean, this is why we have those rigorous physical requirements of ICE. 47 days should be plenty of time.
No.
No?
Well, I know you're being facetious.
How so?
Well, I mean, you can't be trained 47 days and expect to be qualified to put up with protesters, people who want to come out and shoot video of you. It just and what we've seen over the last
domestic terrorists
several days. Yeah, for the last several days, these guys don't take guff from anybody. And the problem is, if you're a police officer, if you're in law enforcement, all right, the public sometimes doesn't treat you very well. But they're not ripping you out of a car. They're not breaking your window. They pulled a disabled lady out of a car today. She's a United States citizen.
It's probably easier to pull a disabled woman out of the car than it is somebody who's able-bodied. Yeah,
it probably is. 47 days that some of these guys have been trained isn't nearly enough. And what we're seeing is what we're seeing.
Pulling disabled women out of the car is day 36 training, by the way.
Gosh.
That's you don't do that before day 36.
Like
after that, you do. Then they've got little people on day 38.
Goodness gracious. We know that the polling is out there, and we talked about it just a little bit last hour. It's not in ICE's favor, not at all. I don't think anybody ever had a problem with ICE before. What do you think? Beginning or middle of last year?
Well, I think you had your far left liberals, right? You had your AOCs, you had your San Francisco. Okay. They're all saying we shouldn't be enforcing immigration. I've heard you say open border policy about a gajillion times. Yeah. It drives me crazy whatever you do. But
I didn't like that Biden let everybody in.
But
I didn't like it at all.
I'm not going to argue. All of a sudden, I'm going to turn into Bruce here and start arguing with you over the nuances of it. But
there is nuance.
But there are some people that say, I don't like any ICE. We should have open borders. Okay, so there are a small fraction of people. Okay. But to your point, the majority supported ICE a year ago.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
I mean, unless you're a far leftist hippie.
Right. I don't listen to far left hippies. I don't care what they say.
Right.
So I've never had a problem with ICE in my entire life.
You will when you're out of patchouli.
I've never worried about ICE in my entire life. I've never thought that they were doing a bad job under Barack Obama. I didn't think they did a bad job under Donald Trump in his first presidency. Yeah. I mean, I know that Joe Biden was letting everybody in, but he was also deporting people. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, this goes far back. These are not the same ICE agents. This is not the same task. And it's so easy to see that. Just watch what they're doing and how they're treating people. That shouldn't be happening.
So the policy went from bring us you're tired, you're poor, you're huddled masses, to make sure you go through a checkpoint, to build a wall, deport them all. And I understand somebody crossing that is like Arizona. We passed that law, right? This is being constitutionally challenged. You cross the desert the middle of the night, and then you come across here illegally. Yeah, people are going to go find you. And if we've got law enforcement that sees it happen, they should be enforcing that law. But we also have this notion that the people who are coming across the border, to your point, the open borders policy was checkpoints, and then you claim asylum. Mm-hmm. All right? So it wasn't. There were some steps, and you still had to go to the ports of entry.
Sure,
right?
Other people were sneaking in too, but yes.
Okay,
a lot of asylum.
But fewer people were sneaking across between checkpoints during Biden.
A lot of people abusing the asylum system.
Exactly. Yes. Okay. So now Trump comes in and he says, build a wall, deport them all. Right. Anyone that doesn't look like me, you're out of here. You're definitely suspect. And then we start getting, you've got Haitian immigrants are eating cats and dogs.
Insane.
And then we'll have people in our chat on the KTAR YouTube channel that'll be like, no, it's totally true. I saw a video online. They were eating a goose. And you go, well, a goose is different than a dog and cat. Doesn't matter. But now the polling numbers are changing. So we had support for ICE. What was it? They were plus 16 on the polling, right? YouGov polling, plus 16.
Right.
And now they're no longer plus 16. They're underwater in the polling. And I kind of wonder how much of this is because people are fed up with what they're seeing on the TV every night. And how much of this is traditional Republicans who don't like the idea of an ever-growing militarized government. Because let's remember, the same people who say, I don't trust the government, are the same people who are saying, but I trust ICE. No, ICE is the government. Let's not forget, ICE is representative of the government. That is the enforcement of the government, right? So when you say, I don't like the government, I don't like the idea. How many times have you heard somebody saying, well, if you elect Joe Biden, if you elect Kamala Harris, you're going to come door to door to take your guns?
Oof.
Okay, right. Well, they're not.
No, they're not.
But if they were, what would that look like?
It'd be bad.
Well, it would look like guys who have minimal training in full gear, regalia, right, with bulletproof vests, coming and knocking on your door and saying, show us what you got inside. How's that different than what ICE is doing? They're knocking on the door, show us your papers. We have rumor you might not be here legally, right? So that's an ugly look. And even Republicans are saying, this is what bad big government looks like.
It's a police state now.
And that's not what anybody...
No.
Certainly true conservatives don't want to see a police state.
ICE had a plus 16 net approval rating last February at the start of Trump's second term. I never had a problem with ICE at all. Zero.
Trying to think
None.
of what is plus 16. So 42% didn't like them, liberals.
So
58% did.
It was plus 16. Now
Okay.
it's cratered over the year. It's minus 14. Americans do not like what they see. Sure, some of you like it. Well, good for you. Most of us don't. And again, that's what's great about America. You can like things, you can not like things, and just don't say anything bad around an ICE
How much
agent
is your
because
own
they might
personal
put you right down.
But your personal experience plays in all of that, right? So
Some of it, yeah.
let's suppose you're, what was that, Katie Steinle, was that her name, right? So imagine you're her family. You're going to support whatever ICE is doing because your daughter lost her life to an illegal immigrant,
I
right?
get it, yeah.
And so you're going to say whatever you're doing is fine because I can't have that happen to another
Right,
family.
right.
But then what if you're somebody who just lost a family member because ICE showed up? You're going to hate everything that they're doing, right? Because ICE just took your family member, or heaven forbid, ICE put a bullet through the front of your Honda.
Goodness. And your head.
And your head. Or mom's head, for that matter. Yeah.
All right, coming up, we've got Governor Katie Hobbs, 5:30 sharp. Talk to the governor segment. We'll talk ICE. We'll talk about her state of the state. If you're an Anthem, thank you for listening. Always appreciate it. And when we come back.
Is it Anthemites?
I don't do that stuff.
You don't do that?
Yeah, I don't like it.
I do.
I don't like it.
I think it's great.
I hate it.
I
don't like it.
Anthemibians.
I don't do that. Can we talk economy for a couple minutes?
Amphibians.
What does the 2026 economy look like? That's coming up next. All right. Lund Mortgage. I want you to call the Lund Mortgage team. There are so many different reasons to call the Lund Mortgage team. I'll give you one. How about buying a house? How about buying a house this year, 2026? Now, let's talk about that. If you want to buy a home, call the Lund Mortgage team in Arizona. You cannot put an offer in on a home unless you have a pre-approval letter. Don't do it backwards. The horror stories that are out there about folks who don't get pre-approved first, then they go look for a home, they fall in love with the home, but then they can't get the financing for it. Go and purchase that house, but get the Lund Mortgage team behind you. Let them show you some of the interest rates that have gone down. Let them show you some of the prices of the homes here in the Valley that have gone down. 623-875-9940. I've used the Lund Mortgage team for over 2 decades. If I ever purchase a house, the Lund Mortgage team on board with me. 623-875-9940, lundmortgage.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:18, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. Former President Bill Clinton and his wife, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, refused to appear on Capitol Hill today for a scheduled deposition about their dealings with Jeffrey Epstein. The Clintons say they have little information to share, and they're strongly pushing back against the Republican chairman who has sought to compel their testimony. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Guadalupe, debris on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near Elliott Road. Phoenix with an irrigation leak spotted on the State Route 51 northbound near Thunderbird Road. Phoenix again crashed on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near 35th Avenue. This report is brought to you by AZ Trim Light. Never take the lights off the roof again. Install AZ Trim Light this January and save 20%. Visit aztrimlight.com today. That's aztrimlight.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. Now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, Bruce is off today. We've got Chris Merrill in. You know, KTAR, we're teaming up for something big. We want you to sign up with us. Me and Broomhead are captains for this. There's no better 2 guys to lead KTAR to victory. And we're going to help raise critical funds for the special needs community. It's during the Cardinals Climb. It's a great event. It's February 21st. Text CLIMB to 620-620 to learn more. You sign up today. All right, Governor Katie Hobbs in 9 minutes in studio. 5:30 on the nose. 5:30 on the nose. Let's go over a couple of things with the economy. When we look back at last year, brutal job year. Just brutal. I mean, a lot of times it's like, are there people in your circle that are looking for a gig and can't find one? I know that I had a lot of people in my circle. I shouldn't say a lot. There were a number of people.
Yeah, how many
like,
disgruntled friends do you have?
They're all disgruntled.
Okay, fair.
I want to be around disgruntled people. You don't want them to be happy.
You feel comfortable.
Of course I do.
I got you.
Of course I
It's
do.
your peeps.
It was hard to find a job last year. I mean, almost 600,000 jobs were added last year. That is far below the 2 million added in each of the prior 2 years. December was a disaster.
But they also weren't getting rid of jobs. It was a weird no hire, no fire situation.
Okay, so, well, I mean...
So if you quit, you couldn't find anything else. But also, they weren't going to push you out the door.
Yeah, it's interesting. The younger generation will quit without a job.
Agreed. My son did, and he's still on the couch.
Okay.
Drives me crazy.
Do you understand why? Is there... Because from what I've gathered from talking to the 20s and the 30s... is that sometimes, this is what I get, sometimes their job, because I'll put it this way, there's nothing worse than going to a job you hate. Having to deal with people you don't like, right?
Yeah.
Nobody likes that. You do it every day. I tease.
Yeah.
So the younger generation says, I'm not going to do that. I've watched my parents do that, and it's caused them anxiety. And it's led to this, you know, and so they're like, I'm not doing it.
I don't think it's new. This has been around long enough to...
Take this job and shove it.
Can we say that?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
But I don't think it's new. It's been around for a while, long enough to make a sad country song about it. But the reason I think that Gen Z is doing it at a rate higher than previous generations is because of me.
Okay, why?
Because I let him sleep on my couch. He's 26 years old, and actually he's got his own room. I charge him nominal rent. He doesn't. I got a 3-bedroom apartment. He doesn't even pay a third.
He doesn't have the fear.
He doesn't have. That's exactly right. So, because he doesn't have that, there's really no incentive. And
how long has he been unemployed?
Like a year.
How long are you going to?
Well, no, I take that back. He was interning for a while until the end of July.
How long are you going to let him sleep on?
It ends next week.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Because
you give him a final deadline?
I let the lease on the apartment run out.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what is he going to do?
We're out.
He's got to figure something out.
I think he's going to go couch surf at somebody else's place. I think he's got the next person lined up already, and he's kind of freaking out. But
That's good though.
It is, but he's got the next place lined up. I mean, maybe a few nights in the car would make him say, "Okay, you know what? I'm going to have to walk into McDonald's and put in an application."
I think that's being a good dad. I give you credit. It's a hard thing to do.
Well, it's really hard.
It's very hard.
And I hate it.
Yeah. I can see.
But how much? I mean, he's 26 years old. He turns 27 here in a couple of months. Like, how much can I keep stringing the guy out? And I don't think he's alone. I see this happening with other Gen Zers, too.
I think.
And it's my fault.
Maybe partly.
I raised him wrong.
Well, I don't think that's the case.
I did. I raised him like a sissy.
Okay.
His older brother, he's a Marine. He'd never come and ask for help. Yeah, he'd never ask for help. He'd say, listen, I'm going to go sleep on that concrete just to make myself feel good.
I think if you saw some, I guess, what would it be? An aggressive way of seeking out a job, you'd be much more okay with him sleeping on the couch at your place.
Yeah.
But if you're not seeing that, sometimes you got to pull the plug, and it's for his own good.
I'll tell you what, I just wish there's a huge part of me that just wants to shut the internet off at night so you can't play video games. Like, why are you playing video games while you don't have a job?
It's frustrating.
That should never happen.
Yeah, I can hear you. I hear you. All right, Chris Merrill is in for Bruce. Coming up next, we've got Talk to the Governor, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs in studio. We're going to do this 6 minutes from now on the dot. We start right at 5:30. When ICE arrives in Arizona in full force, what will Governor Hobbs' message be to them? We're going to ask her next.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
All right. Hey, start the new year off with great water throughout your home. One way to do that, Aquazona Connecticut. I've been a Connecticut customer for over 20 years. And I couldn't imagine my home without it. Right now, Connecticut's got a couple deals I want to get you in on, and it's in January, right? Aquazona Connecticut offering you $500 off a twin tank Connecticut whole home water softener, same one I have in my house. You improve your water immediately. So think about the $500. Let's break it down a little bit. Let's say that you are interested in a Connecticut K5 drinking water station. How about paying just $26 a month for it? Just mention Gatos, and that is your deal. In 2026, you want the best, you get it for $26 a month. Just imagine, you'll never buy bottled water again. It's fantastic. You're going to love the K5. All right, $26 a month, and you own it. All you got to do is call 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. Check them out at aquazona.com.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hello, I'm Dr. Emily Ho, a fellowship-trained breast surgeon at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. Our breast surgeons collaborate with a multidisciplinary team to ensure the best outcomes for our patients. With appointments available within 24 to 48 hours, you can receive the care and support you need without waiting. Our convenient locations bring together all the services you need under one roof, making your journey less stressful so you can focus on what matters most, you. Trust Ironwood Women's Centers for your breast cancer care. Visit ironwoodcrc.com today for academic cancer care in a community setting.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells, and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Talk to the governor now.
All right, every 2 weeks, we get a chance to talk to the governor of Arizona, Katie Hobbs. She joins us in studio. Hey, Governor, how are you?
I am great. How are you?
Doing good. Bruce is out today. Chris Merrill is in.
Nice to see you again, Governor.
Me too.
Let's get right to it. You know, the ICE stuff. Hate it. I'm a big fan of law enforcement. Love the cops in Arizona. I know that they don't handle themselves the way that ICE has handled itself in Minneapolis. Today they were dragging a couple of women out of a car after breaking their windows. One was disabled. Both American citizens. Outrageous. And now we hear that they're coming to Arizona. What is your message? If ICE is listening right now, what is your message? Because I don't want to see Arizona streets turn into what is happening in Minneapolis.
You are absolutely right. And look, I just want to first say I've seen the reporting. I've reached out to the administration, and I can't confirm anything about their plans here. When there is information to confirm, we will be out there in front letting Arizonans know what's happening. There's nothing to confirm about increased activity here right now. That being said, I'm horrified, like many Americans, about what we've seen in Minneapolis. And my message that I will reiterate is when Trump ran, he promised to go after the worst of the worst. And what we're seeing is not that. And what we're seeing actually seems to be making communities more unsafe, going after people indiscriminately, rounding them up for no other reason than they're trying to meet deportation quotas and check some political points, is not making us safer. And I welcome law enforcement when they're focused on keeping our communities safer.
Governor Hobbs, our guest here on Outspoken, Bruce St. James and Gatos. Chris Maryland for Bruce today. You made mention of reaching out to the administration, and you haven't had any communication back from them. How normal is that? I mean, would it surprise you if all of a sudden one day you wake up and you've got additional ICE officers walking the streets? I feel like this administration doesn't really care what the governors of the states think.
Well, they have been communicative with us. So what I can say, I didn't mean to imply that they haven't gotten back to us. We've had conversations to try to confirm anything that we're hearing. There's not anything to confirm right now.
Where do those rumors get started then? Is that just activists on the street passing those things along?
I don't want to point blame anywhere. I think that there's just a lot of speculation because the administration has acted in ways that don't necessarily make a lot of sense, and they have carried out activities without letting us know. And so we've constantly tried to make sure that we're on top of communication with them.
Governor Katie Hobbs is joining us in studio every couple of weeks, talk to the governor. I'm a big fan of law enforcement. I actually like what Donald Trump did on the border. I think you share that too. The border's never been better. But dragging people out of cars by a bunch of thugs, I am not for. This is not what law enforcement does. I think these guys in ICE need a babysitter. Can you bring the National Guard in to babysit these guys?
Well, I certainly would not hesitate to use the National Guard to help ensure safety and orderliness in our communities. If that needs to happen, it's not their job to babysit.
Right.
But we certainly are
We're
having
in different times now, though.
Yeah, no, I understand. We have to make sure that they're if we're saying one organization is not acting lawfully, we can't break the law to bring in another organization to monitor them.
Or do you? If they're going to break the law, how do we keep Arizonans safe? Because what I've seen in Minneapolis, they picked up a young man in Target who was an American citizen. They threw him in the car. They beat him up in the car, and then they dumped him about a block away, and he walked back, and he was bludgeoned. And he wasn't charged with anything. He didn't do anything wrong. I don't know. We might have to fight fire with fire, and I don't like that.
Yeah.
But again, I also don't like untrained masked men taking Arizona citizens out of a car when they don't deserve it.
I agree with you. So
what can we do?
I am very concerned about public safety. I cannot, and there's not any elected official who tells you I can keep ICE out of Arizona. They're not telling the truth.
Right.
We can't. They're federal agents. They can come in here. We have to be prepared. We are working with our law enforcement agencies to be prepared and ensure that people are safe. Law enforcement is safe. People showing up to express their displeasure are safe, and that we maintain orderliness in our communities.
Have you talked to some of the police chiefs around town about what they think of what's happening in Minneapolis?
I don't want to disclose, private conversations. We've had conversations when incidents happen, like we've seen it where they go to execute a warrant and there's increased community visibility because the community that doesn't know what's happening, and usually local police are there to make sure everyone's safe. And we've had those kind of conversations.
If you see something happening on Camelback Road, if these guys get in here and they start doing what they did in Minneapolis, you go out there and get in the middle of this thing? What do you do?
I mean, I'm not going to speak to hypotheticals. I'm not. I don't think that's a good way to operate. I think I can just say, and I can assure Arizonans, we are preparing for every scenario, and we're going to do everything we can to keep folks safe.
Governor Katie Hobbs joining us right now. Her monthly visit on Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos. Chris Merrill in for Bruce today. You talked about public safety, obviously paramount importance. Your State of the State speech yesterday, you proposed some tax cuts. The GOP wants even greater tax cuts. How do we maintain or even grow the level of public safety that we have in the state while accommodating those tax cuts? I mean, it got tight last year when we came to the budget argument. Now we're talking about cutting another $200 million out of the budget. How are we going to have enough state troopers if we're cutting another $200 million out?
You're right. I mean, we are facing a challenging budget situation. And we've worked together to pass bipartisan budgets that address the needs of Arizonans in the last 3 years. I'm confident we can do it this year. My budget is going to come out on Friday, and we'll show how we're paying for these middle-class tax cuts that Arizonans deserve, because I know Arizonans are struggling as much or more than the state is right now. And, you know, the package that the Republicans proposed goes even over and above the federal tax package, and it will cost even more. And so there's a line. We need to focus on middle-class families and making sure that we can fund the priorities in our budget. My budget does that. And it doesn't cut essential services for Arizonans. If the Republicans want to do more, they're going to have to talk about that in budget negotiations so we can figure out how we can pay for that and continue to fund our state's priorities. So
what kind of a time frame are we looking at on this? Because I know that the Republicans have said, look, we got to get on this real fast. We're going to have people filing their taxes at the end of January. You may have even made mention of that in your speech. I don't recall specifically. So first of all, we're going to have to argue over whose budget we're going to go with. But for Pete's sake, the budget conversation seems to drag out until the end of June. I mean, it is last-minute stuff. Now we're talking about trying to get something hammered out in January?
Yep. So we can pass the middle-class tax cuts right now. We can talk about other tax cuts that are included in the Republicans' plan while we do the budget. My executive order that I issued last month that directs the Department of Revenue to update tax forms, as soon as Arizonans go to file, that clarity is on their tax form, and they will get that. They will get that standard deduction. But we should pass it at the legislature to provide that certainty, and we can do that tax cut for middle class Arizonans right now.
Governor Katie Hobbs joining us in studio once every 2 weeks. So the tax cut. Here's what I read from one person who's like, I'm not sure this is good. Here it is. The tax changes she's backing mirror several provisions in Trump's big, beautiful bill legislation that Hobbs had previously called devastating and dangerous. What do you make of that?
Look, there are many parts of H.R. 1 that are going to be devastating for Arizona. I have not made any secret about that. Whenever the federal government passes tax changes, the state does conformity. That's what this is. The fact is that this year, that conformity has a bigger price tag than it has in previous years. And that conformity can include a lot of provisions. There was this middle-class tax cut. We should make sure Arizonans, 88% of filers use that standard deduction. They should get that bigger standard deduction. The rest of it, the tax cuts for billionaires and for corporations, those are the things we need to negotiate the cost for in our budget and figure out how we're going to pay for them. This is not embracing the Trump agenda. This is passing along tax cuts to Arizonans who are struggling right now and who have said over and over again, the cost of living is too high.
So how do we reconcile the conformity, which means going along with what the federal government is doing? Federal government is on a progressive tax scale. We've got a flat tax here. I mean, their math is totally different than what our math is going to have to be. So how do we reconcile that?
This is the standard deduction.
Okay.
So it's
not for billionaires like Gatos.
Right.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Governor Katie Hobbs joining us in studio. Let's talk to education.
Yeah.
So you called to renew Prop 123, boosting funding as more public schools close. Can you tell the audience what Prop 123 is again? What do you want out of this? How is it going to help public schools?
So voters passed Prop 123 back in 2016. Right. And this was an opportunity to increase funding to our public schools without raising taxes.
It's a Ducey thing.
Yeah. I mean, it passed because it had the backing of teachers, of parents, of business leaders, and of Republicans and Democrats.
Okay.
And so it was a bipartisan thing. And voters passed it. Voters have consistently shown up to provide more support for our schools. And so we're at the point where Prop 123 is expired. We need to renew it. And we have a once-in-a-decade opportunity to get our public schools more funding, to ensure our kids have the tools they need to succeed, to stop the teacher exodus, and to invest in buildings that are crumbling because we're not funding building renewal.
What's different this year than last year? I mean, this should have been on the ballot last time around, but it didn't make it.
So it didn't expire till 25, and so legislators kind of punted it last year. They were trying to really politicize it and inject partisan priorities into it, like enshrining ESAs in the Constitution as part of the ballot measure. And the fact is that, again, Prop 123 passed 10 years ago because it had bipartisan support. And once you start injecting partisan things into it, you hurt its chances at the ballot box. And so we should pass a clean renewal. I'm going to propose a plan this week that does that, and I hope we can get it done.
So we rank near the bottom among states and public school spending. How much would we get out of Prop 123 for state funding for K through 12 schools?
This is hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hundreds of millions.
Yes. Without costing
like
taxpayers anymore.
Well, and if you remember, this is Gatos. You were big on this when we had Red for Ed going on, and the pressure was put on Governor Ducey at the time to try to come up with some sort of a funding mechanism to make this happen. And then, of course, Prop 123 is what ends up passing. You're concerned about ESAs ending up back in this fight over education funding again. I don't think the Republicans are going to back down from the ESAs. You brought this up in your State of the State address yesterday. So where's the budge on that one?
I mean, honestly, they should be embarrassed about this. There is increasing reporting. Every day we see new waste, fraud, and abuse that's happening from families who are getting these dollars. They're buying jewelry, high-end clothes. I mean, what are we going to be footing the bill for tomorrow? These are dollars that are supposed to be for educational purposes. And because there's no guardrails, there's no accountability, people are spending them on all kinds of things. They should be embarrassed that they keep defending this program that is now costing taxpayers $1 billion a year. And we're seeing public schools close. That's hurting, the majority of students who still choose public schools.
Very passionate about this.
Yes.
You were very, very straight-laced when it came to the state address last night. Election year. You didn't use that as a campaign opportunity. Why not? Why did you go so? Very straight on that one. It could have been a huge, clips for YouTube that could have gone around.
Look, I laid out in the State of the State my vision for the state of Arizona, and for me, being governor is and continuing to deliver for Arizonans and show them that I'm focused on the issues that matter most, and that I'll work with anyone to deliver on those issues. That is what I said I would do. It's what I'm doing, and it's what I'm going to continue to do to hopefully earn their votes again in this upcoming election. To me, that it wasn't a campaign speech. It was, I'm talking to everyone on both sides of the aisle here in this chamber and to Arizonans outside the chamber about what we can work on and get done together if we're focused on what's most important.
All right, last one for Governor Katie Hobbs. Trump was seen today flipping someone off at the Ford plant.
Wow, that is really presidential.
When's the last time you shot the bird to somebody? Let's be honest. We do it all. When's the last time?
Not publicly.
At home?
Sure.
Watching the Cardinals?
Staffer,
so
maybe.
So you'll flip the bird inside your own house, but not outside your own house.
I mean, it is not a presidential thing to do. I certainly don't think it's gubernatorial either.
So outside, you like somebody cuts you off. You're not somebody cuts you off.
I don't drive.
No. Right. Hey, Governor, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
See you in a couple weeks. Meryl, you know that you flip off me every day, actually.
I'm the guy that does it below the window.
Yes.
Yeah, I do it so you can't see it. It makes me feel better, but then I don't actually escalate the conflict.
Talk to the governor every 2 weeks, an Outspoken exclusive with Bruce and Gatos. We've got Chris in. When we come back, let's talk about what the governor said. Let's kind of break down some of the ICE stuff, the state of the state speech, and a lot on education. Stick around.
I'm Enrique Garcia for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Mesa with a crash blocking the left-hand lane. US 60, Superstition Freeway, eastbound near Elmo School Road. Scottsdale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Pima Freeway, westbound near Scottsdale Road. This report is brought to you by Primavera Online. Make the switch to 25 years of doing school better. Flexible, tuition-free K-12 education. Choose Primavera.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is one of the most important things you can do for the people you love. If one of your New Year's resolutions is to protect what matters most, act now and save 65% on a living trust with RJP Estate Planning. This could ensure your assets are passed on exactly as you intended. Because without a living trust, your home, your bank accounts, and your investments could end up in Arizona probate court when you pass away. This could take years and cost tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even with a will, your estate could still face probate. To avoid this, call RJP Estate Planning now and save 65% on a living trust.
Save 65% on a living trust if you're 60 or over. Call 480-896-9597 by January 23rd. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
A council member from Scottsdale joins us to talk about issues in that city and how it affects the entire valley. It happens on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All right, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Bruce is out today. We've got Chris Merrill in. All right, if you just missed it, our Talk to the Governor segment with Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. We'll replay a little bit of it next hour. All right, let's go over some of the stuff that the governor had to say. The thing that I wanted to bring up first was, well, what if ICE comes to Arizona? Some of you out there will say, good, we've got a lot of illegal immigrants here. We need to get them out. Okay, that's fair. What's not fair is the way that they're getting them out. What's not fair is how ICE is reacting like a bunch of thugs in Minneapolis. And I say this over and over again. I don't love Trump. I don't hate Trump. I don't want to hate anybody. I want to be a Christian. I don't want to hate anybody. And I don't. I think Trump's done a great job on the border. I think him sending his, private police force into Minneapolis is one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen in my entire life in America. I think it's absolutely disgraceful. It doesn't have to happen. It shouldn't be happening. And it is. So if it comes to Arizona, what can the governor do? And so, Chris, we asked her that. And, I've gone so far as to say, these guys from ICE are not the guys that Biden used or that Trump used in the first go-around, or Obama, or anybody. Many of them are untrained. They got 47 days to get their act together, and we obviously see that they don't have their act together. So my question, a bit flippant, but I asked it anyway, Governor, you need somebody to babysit these guys because they don't know the Constitution. They don't know what people's rights are. They don't understand that you can't just walk up to somebody in a gas station and say, show me your papers. That's what they're doing. And if you don't like it, they'll break your window and they'll drag you out of your car.
I mean, it's basically like driving on the 60 on the way home.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, it's like
great analogy.
You're going down the 60 and there's some guy who's hauling tail, usually named Bruce, who is hauling tail, flashing their lights, get out of my way. And if you don't get out of the way, then they're going to track you down, drag you out of your car, and threaten your life. I mean, it's like road rage with a badge now.
Right.
Going after people who are generally minorities.
She said that she wouldn't be opposed to bringing the National Guard in, but has to be careful of what the law is. And what I told the governor is Trump doesn't care what the law is. And I know for damn sure ICE doesn't care what the law is. All you have to do is watch. All you have to do is look. You don't have to even do your due diligence and homework. It's all over the place.
What?
The way that they're treating American citizens. We're not talking about anybody who is here illegally. American citizens.
So is the law fluid right now? Because the law seems to be open to interpretation of the chief law enforcement officer, which is the president. So the president says, that's not illegal. He says, breaking into the Capitol building, that's not illegal.
I guess not.
Stopping an ICE agent in the road, that's illegal. Protesting an ICE agent, that's illegal. And then we find these justifications, and you keep hearing, well, she tried to run him over. We've all seen the video. She didn't try to run him over. But it doesn't matter because that's the narrative. So now we follow that narrative. And even if she did, what is the policy for shooting somebody who's driving away in their car? Well, that's not the policy. But it doesn't matter, right? So the law seems to be very fluid right now. So if we are a nation of laws, normally those laws are static, right? This is the law. These are the laws that we follow. Right. If there's a question, the courts interpret those laws. Instead, we've become a nation of fluid laws that seem to adapt to whomever has the might today.
I'll say it again. I love what Trump did at the border. I really do. I'm a huge supporter of law enforcement, Phoenix PD, et cetera, all the PDs around town. What ICE is doing is despicable.
Now, the governor would not answer, though, when you throw out the hypothetical. If ICE showed up, say, on Camelback, and they started arresting people, what would you do? And I think your mind was probably in the realm of, Adelaide Grijalva showing up at a different site or something like that. And she kind of panned on that, said, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. All right. I don't disrespect her for that answer. I get it. But also, it's an election year, and you kind of want to know where you land. You can't sit on the fence in an election year, right?
No, and if ICE and reports say they are going to come to Arizona sooner than later, and if that happens and folks don't think that the governor handled it the right way, she's in trouble. But if she does handle it the right way,
it could really pay off for her.
It could.
Again, it's election year.
All right. Chris Merrill is in for Bruce. So coming up next.
Many people say the best Bruce.
We've got a lot of stuff to go to. We're going to talk a little economy. We're going to talk a little bit more about ICE. Is becoming a member of ICE easier these days than becoming a member of Costco? We'll talk about that coming up next. All right, Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Saw James and Jamie today. They were here at the radio station. They run the show. They own Southwest Blinds and Shutters. We had a great chat. I was telling them how, well, they already know this. They're going to be at my house towards the end of this month. We've gone through, my wife and I, a remodel. And, you know, at the end of the remodel, and it's completed, we looked around and said, something's missing. And we looked at our shades and our shutters and we said, it doesn't match the house anymore. Those things are ugly, number one. I think the last owner had a dog that chewed at least several of the ones that the dog could reach. So that's another reason why we're getting some shutters and some shades. We're going to certainly hire them, already hired them. Motorized shades is something that we are really, really interested in, and we're going to have some of that at the house. I want you to do your homework. Go and check them out. It is the best blinds, shutters company in the desert. SouthwestBlinds.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Did you know SRP is a not-for-profit utility? So what does that mean for you? It means everything we do is done with you in mind, like offering flexible rates, payment plans for every income level, and best-in-class reliability. It also allows us to make decisions that benefit our community. As a not-for-profit, SRP prioritizes power, water, and you. Find savings, reliability, and more at srp.net/value.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey guys, it's Broomhead. If you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Starting testosterone therapy with Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores the get up and go so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better. You'll sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your smartphone, keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. Everyone's got a story to tell, and at ABC 15, we're here to listen, to share your voice, and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
It's 6 o'clock. I'm Melody Burkett.
A KTAR News exclusive.
One day after delivering her State of the State address, Governor Katie Hobbs sounds upbeat about following through on a key priority in the weeks ahead.
We've worked together to pass bipartisan budgets that address the needs of Arizonans in the last 3 years. I'm confident we can do it this year.
The governor exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos her budget plan will be out Friday and will show how middle-class tax cuts will be paid for. You can see the entire interview on KTAR's YouTube channel. Former Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich has passed away after suffering a heart attack.
Another big part of what our office does, especially with everyone in this room, is to protect the most vulnerable.
Brnovich held that office from 2015 until 2023, losing a bid for the U.S. Senate the year before. Brnovich opposed same-sex marriage, filing an amicus brief with the U.S. Supreme Court in 2015. He would later join a lawsuit filed by Texas in opposing the choice of student-use bathrooms based on gender identity. His office would investigate election fraud following the 2020 presidential vote, finding no proof of fraud, though it claimed there were serious vulnerabilities in the system. Mark Brnovich was 59.
It's just bad. It's not good, and I don't know. It's kind of raw emotion right now.
A former staff member of Mark Brnovich's describes the deceased former state attorney general as a great boss and mentor. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center to tell you more.
The death of Mark Brnovich coming as a shock to his former assistant chief deputy Josh Credit, who worked under Brnovich for 3 years in the Arizona Attorney General's office. He tells KTAR after hearing of the news.
It was shock. I mean, yesterday we had the opening day of session, and I was talking with a colleague. He and I both worked for Mark, and we were joking about the moment in time back in the AG's office to think the next day he was gone.
Credit says today represents a horrific loss, describing his former boss as a family man who cared about the rule of law, public safety, and victims' rights. Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The U.S. Supreme Court hears oral arguments about whether states can enact laws to ban transgender students from sports, while House Republicans at the Arizona legislature introduce a measure to do just that. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center to explain.
HCR 2003 would ask Arizona voters this fall if student athletics should be categorized by 3 teams: male, female, and co-ed. State Rep Selena Bliss says it's about keeping sports safe and fair.
Female athletes are losing opportunities. We have over 300 incidences nationwide since 2020 that document girls being displaced by biological males.
The measure also ensures private spaces for changing rooms and showers designated by biological sex. Bliss says 27 other states already have gender-specific sports designations. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
More eyes are on ICE after an officer fatally shot a 37-year-old woman in Minnesota last week. Former Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb joined the Mike Broomhead show this morning, saying ICE is removing people here in our state, but we don't have people interfering. Lamb adds, in order to keep things civil, local law enforcement should support ICE.
If you want to keep your communities from having this problem like they did in Minnesota, it would have been very easy if the police were out there on the streets removing these people and arresting them for obstructing federal law enforcement.
Lamb adds, if people want to protest ICE, they should go to the congressmen and senators who voted these laws into place. On Wall Street today, the Dow closed down 398 to end at 49,192. The S&P finished down at over 13 points, and the Nasdaq ended down 24 at 23,709. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Traffic and weather now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Mesa with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound near Rio Salado Parkway. Mesa with a crash blocking the left-hand lane. US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Alma School Road. Scottsdale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Pima Freeway westbound near Scottsdale Road. This report is brought to you by the Arizona Painting Company. New year, new look. Arizona Painting Company makes it easy. Get 20% off when you book your January estimate. Text paint to 620 today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear Clear tonight, the low 45, sunny the remainder of the week. We could break a record tomorrow with a high of 79. Right now, it's 71 in Avondale. Conditions are perfect for a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed, #1 talk show.
Little disputed.
Little bit. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 3.
Many people say it's the best of the best hours.
We got Bruce out today, and Chris Merrill is joining us from the 2 to 4, the Chris and Joe show.
Undisputed.
Maybe a little bit.
#1 talk show on this frequency at 2 o'clock every weekday afternoon in all of Phoenix.
Don't make me pull out the paperwork. Thanks for coming in today. It's been fun. It's been interesting. Hey, we had Governor Hobbs at 5:30, Outspoken exclusive every 2 weeks. The governor comes in studio, keeps the tradition of the Talk to the Governor segment, which has happened here for decades on the station. We're going to replay a little bit of that for you coming up. But the #1 story is ICE, and we will continue to talk about it. Go ahead.
Well, how did you feel like her responses were to the ICE thing? Because one of the things that the governor said is that she's reached out to the administration based on what they're hearing. And you may mention this, too, that we may be next in line to see more ICE agents, what would they call a surge of ICE enforcement here. And she was kind of like, yeah, I reached out and they didn't really say anything.
I'm not sure what more she can do. If ICE wants to come here, they're going to come here. She can't stop them. But you know what we and a lot of it is like when they get here, is it going to be just like Minneapolis?
I hope not.
God, I hope not.
Well, I mean,
God, I hope not.
Whose neighborhood are they going to? I don't think we're going to see them in Old Town. I don't think that's happening.
Okay.
I think this is going to go to the areas that have a predominantly Hispanic population, which is what the Democrats have been saying. They're racially profiling. In fact, Ruben Gallego just this week said ICE is racially profiling. They're not going to Chandler and Gilbert looking for people who are there living in McMansions to see, hey, are you here legally? Do you have your papers? Hey, Awatuki, do you have your papers? No. They're going to go to a lot of places in the west side and central Phoenix.
Fair. But they, it seems to me they don't care what color you are. They shot a woman in the face. She's white.
Well, she was in their way.
Yeah, of course. So, I've seen black people being pulled out. I've seen, people from Somalia who were here, Somali Americans. They've been pulled out of cars. I've seen, there was a disabled woman they pulled out of a car today. She's an American. They're going into gas stations and Target, and I've seen them, round up Hispanics. I've seen that too.
Home Depot parking lots, right? That's a big thing in California.
Right. And I just, for me, I'm very accurate on this. I mean, I've said this for years. I've never had a problem with ICE before this. Last year, I didn't like what they were doing. And Minneapolis is just blowing it out of the water. That's not law enforcement. I'm a huge supporter of law enforcement, but I'm not a huge supporter of ICE agents who have only been trained for 47 days. So that's one of the things that we're discovering. A lot of these, and listen, they're angry men. They're angry, white, bald men, okay? This is what we're looking at. These are the guys that said, yeah, I want to go out there and be, Trump's police force. And so they're going out there, and they're roughing people up. They're bullies, and they've only been trained for 47 days. And it's outrageous. So we're finding that out. Instead of like the traditional 5-6 months at least for training, that was thrown out the window. And this is from the ICE, the acting ICE director at the time. Oh, yeah, we used to do all this training. Yeah, we shortened it. Yeah, it's only 47 days. Now, some have speculated the 47 days, and I don't want to believe this, and I don't even know if it's important. Trump's the 47th president of the United States. So some people say, well, that's why they said 47.
I mean, it's all about branding.
I don't really care at the end of the day.
47 is a weird number, though. It's not like an even a week. It'd be 49 if we were doing even weeks.
But
right?
if you're bringing in thousands of new agents and you've promised them $50,000 signing bonuses, and you've got all these outlets that are doing, deep dives into this, most of them are just high school graduates.
Yeah, wasn't there a reporter that tried to get in on the ICE training, and it was a reporter that had written a number of different articles about about how to become about not liking ICE, and then basically signed up and did a drug test, had recently smoked pot,
right?
Still got in,
right?
Had written all these articles, still got in. The background checks obviously weren't very thorough when you've got a journalist that has been sort of anti-ICE for a while, and then all of a sudden is like, yeah, come on in here. I mean, who's watching to make sure that we don't have people with, I don't know, violent criminal records or
Let's go into that.
A history of making racial threats or something of this sort?
Background checks don't happen.
They don't.
Not until people start work.
Wait, after the fact?
Yeah, so you're
That's
hiring
weird.
people, okay?
Yeah.
You're hiring people to come in. They're not given the proper training. I think many of them who want that job are already angry at the world. And they like bullying people, and that's what we see in Minneapolis. I don't like bullies. And that's what this ICE force is. Again, I'll say it until my voice goes hoarse. I've never had a problem with ICE before. Never at all.
Before now.
Before now. Background checks don't happen until after people start work. That is from an official inside of ICE. Training was slashed. 47 days.
And it used to be like 22 weeks or
This will
something, right?
sound snide, but this isn't me, this is a report. They eliminated the sit-ups for recruits because they couldn't handle them.
Meal
it
Team
tells-
6.
Tells you what type of shape they're in.
Round.
Yeah. Listen, if you were an ICE officer in the past, you've got to be in pretty good shape. You've got to know the rules of the land. You've got to know the law. These guys don't know the law.
So
They're breaking windows and pulling people out of a car, beating the hell out of them.
Is this a quality candidate issue? Because remember, they offered those bonuses, those signing bonuses, right? And they said, look, we want to hire X amount of officers. I don't remember what the number was, 15, 20,000, something like that. And then they ended up having something like 100,000 apply. And even with the very rigorous background checks that you're discussing what they're not doing, they still couldn't get enough people to fill the actual number of hires because the people who were applying were absolute dog trash.
Yeah, you don't need these people in law enforcement because they're not law enforcement. You can't be law enforcement after 47 days of training.
But what if I had a gun and you gave me a badge and then I was able to flex on all of my neighbors?
It's super dangerous. And that's what we're seeing. Again, all ICE agents are not bad. I'm not trying to paint with a broad brush.
Especially the ones that have been there a while.
Right. Where are you?
Yeah, where are the leaders in the ranks?
Where are you?
Absolutely.
I don't know. I mean, if some of you like what's going on American streets, God bless you. I don't understand it.
Wasn't that guy in Minneapolis? He had already been run over one time, right? Which is what some people are saying, like, he's already experienced this, and so
trauma.
He was right. So he was traumatized, so he thought this person was targeting him again and was going to run him over again.
Be.
I guess we have different ways of doing this.
Should you be on the job then?
Well, that's a really good question.
And then did they put this officer in did they put him back on the front lines? And that seemed to be very wrong.
There's an old adage. It's called once bitten, twice shy. When I was 6 years old, I was playing with friends, and we went over to a buddy's house, and his dog was outside, tied up on a chain, because that's what you did in the 80s. And this dog, they all pet the dog and went into the house, and I reached out to pet the dog. And the dog took a big chunk out of my eye. I'm lucky to still have vision in my eye, actually, because this dog took a big chunk out of it. And do you know, as a 6-year-old, I was terrified of all dogs for the longest time. It took me a while to overcome that, and I'm a huge proponent now of dogs. But the truth is, once bitten, twice shy. And I gotta believe that if I am on the job and somebody uses their car and drags me, like we're hearing about this officer in Minneapolis, I probably would think more carefully before I put myself in a position to be hit or dragged by a car in the future, because I would have recognized my mistakes. Sure, I'd have trauma, but I also would know where I went wrong the last time.
That's a good point.
And I don't think he did. I think instead what he did is he said, I was in the right the last time. I'll be in the right this time. And the president's told me he's got my back. When it happened, when the news broke on this, Joe and I were sitting in our office. Of course, Chris Merrill, host of the Chris and Joe Show, along with my partner Joe Huizinga, in for Bruce today. You can hear us every day from 2 to 4.
Great
Thank
plug.
you very much.
You're
Appreciate that. And so we're watching this go on, and Joe said, oh, this is going to be it. The president is going to throw, President Kristi Noem, they're going to throw this guy under the bus. I said, hell no, they're not.
No way.
You watch, they're going to rally around, and they're going to say this woman had it coming. And it wasn't 30 minutes later that Kristi Noem was putting on her 50-gallon hat, and she was doing a press conference saying, what a brave and courageous officer who took out this radical leftist domestic terrorist. The investigation's still open. What a bizarre turn of events where we had it was her fault. She had it coming. Case closed. We're investigating. Two completely different messages came out after that happened from the same administration. But it was sort of one of those, oh, no, we're going to do a thorough investigation that will find what we've already told you happened. Domestic terrorist. It was a crazy white liberal woman who might be lesbian.
Yeah, that was
a real
brought up
threat
too.
to America.
That was brought up too. Why would anybody bring that up?
And she was a poet.
Yeah.
Not in my country. Let me tell you that right now. Not in my country. All you Francis Scott Key lovers, you're out of here. You're next.
Going back
to
to something that you said.
Go on.
That he was dragged
in the past.
In the past.
Yeah.
Maybe he shouldn't have been on the streets because that's quite a traumatic event. Maybe ICE put him in a bad spot. And
Well, that's
maybe
a leadership
on ICE.
issue, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you still don't call someone you just shot in the face an effing B. You don't do that.
Yeah, that's bully behavior, right? That's machismo. That's more testosterone than brains. Because if I shoot somebody in the face, I have instant regret.
You can make an argument, and people have done it, and people will continue to do it, that he was in the right. You can't argue that after the fact. You use that language, hateful, spiteful, despicable language after you've killed somebody, even if it was self-defense. But he did. Tells me all I need to know about that guy. All right, coming up next. Let's do a little bit of the jobs and the economy. What does 2026 have in store for us next?
The price of gold has hit an all-time high, and your old gold jewelry is likely worth a lot more than you think. So what do? Oliver Smith Jeweler. That's what you do. Whether you've got some pieces you just don't wear anymore or maybe something you inherited, now is the time to get a quote. Bring that jewelry to Oliver Smith Jewelers. They've been buying jewelry from clients here in the Valley for over 40 years. And it's a simple process. You sit down, you meet with one of their buyers. They give you a fair and transparent evaluation. There's no obligation. You can either take a check that day or maybe trade it in for a watch or some jewelry you might actually wear. All right? That's Oliver Smith Jeweler. 2 easy locations are inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall or Scottsdale Gainey Ranch, the flagship store. Plus, always online. Check them out. OliverSmithJeweler.com. Give them a call and get started or head online to OliverSmithJeweler.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:19, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. President Trump was in the Detroit area today where he toured a Ford plant and gave remarks at the Economic Club of Detroit. The president touted his economic policies, although latest figures from the Labor Department show inflation still stubbornly high in many categories, including certain grocery items and utilities. A report from the S&P Global also says that U.S. corporate bankruptcies were at record highs in 2025. But the president says he's disappointed with Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell because he didn't cut interest rates after rallies from the stock market.
And I want somebody that when the market is doing great, interest rates can go down because our country becomes stronger. See, you view it differently. Our country becomes stronger, and therefore interest rates should go down, not up.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 7th Street. Mesa with a crash on the left-hand shoulder, Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound near Rio Salado Parkway. Mesa again with a crash blocking the left-hand lane, US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Alma School Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, Outspoken, Bruce and Gatos. Bruce is out today. We've got Chris Merrill in. Hey, KTAR's teaming up for something big. We want you to climb with us. So, Broomhead and me, captains of the KTAR team, we're going to help raise critical funds for the special needs community. Cardinals are doing something really cool. Broomhead and I went to the luncheon a few months ago and said we want to get involved with this. It's the Cardinals Climb. Big event, February 21st. We're going to help the special needs community. Text CLIMB to 620-620. Learn about it. Sign up. You can say whatever you want about the Cardinals, and they haven't been good for years, but when they're in the community, they're awesome.
What are we climbing?
So there's going to, at the stadium, they are going to build basically.
Is this like one of those walls?
Yeah, they're basically building hiking trails.
Oh, that's interesting.
Different, and it's all going to look like it. It's like this. It's like you're going to be. What's the word when you go in and you're like, oh my gosh, it literally looks like an entire mountain that I'm hiking. It's
awestruck.
It's not going to look like Cardinal Stadium.
Wow.
And so kids are going to come, adults are going to come. We're going to hike and climb, and we're going to raise some big funds.
So it's not like a climbing wall. This is like a hike in the stadium, but it's going to feel like you're on an actual.
It'll look like it.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's cool.
It's cool.
Yeah.
2026
like
economy.
A lot of work.
Well, I can walk it. I don't have to run it.
It's good.
Yeah.
They have somebody that can kind of scooter me around on it. Okay.
2026 economy.
Yeah.
How do you think? Do you have any thoughts about how it's going to look? Because I mean, last year, grocery prices were through the roof. Tariffs were a disaster. This year, is it going to get any better? Are we going to have grocery prices?
Those are really good questions. Yeah. And the economy is it's the Geico commercial, right? Or the Progressive commercial. Like, what's the economy? What isn't the economy, right? Yeah. So as far as, I talked with Jim Rounds earlier today. He's a Valley economist, right? We were talking about housing, and we were talking about some of the consumer price index and this sort of stuff. And he said, basically, we're going to see home prices maybe come down a little more in the next couple of months. Okay. Maybe see the interest rates come down a little more, but not a whole lot. Mm-hmm. In other words, an awful lot of what we saw last year. My concerns going forward into this year, though, and this is why last year was all about uncertainty. This year, to me, is all about vibe. Oh, how am I feeling, right? So the consumer price index, inflation is actually down a little bit. And yet, if you ask about how people, the consumer sentiment index, which is how do I feel about
how do I feel about the economy?
Right, it's not great. Mm-mm. The tariffs haven't necessarily hit real hard. They raised prices on people about $1,400, but spending is actually up. Part of that has to do with people with money spending more money. Part of it has to do with people who don't have money that are starting to cut back, right? So it all depends on which camp that you're in right now. But here's my bigger concern going into 2026. Along with the uncertainty, we have very limited volatility. But there is so much coming out of Washington. As Steve Bannon, former Trump advisor, said, you've got to flood the zone with crap. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Yeah. You realize it hasn't even been 2 weeks since we invaded Venezuela?
It's incredible.
And yet we've had ICE that's gone on since then. We've talked about taking Greenland. We've talked about protesters in Iran, or we're going to put boots on the ground in Iran. We've got all this other stuff that's swirling all at the same time. And now the latest is Russia says that if we want to invade Greenland, they've got our back. Of course they do, because it would dissolve NATO, and Russia hates NATO. So, of course, Russia would help us take Greenland. So my concern is this. Unrest in Venezuela. Regime change possible in Iran. President says, protesters, keep what you're doing. Help is on its way, right? You've got, we're going to take Greenland. We might have to buy Greenland. We might have to give people money for Greenland. We've got Colombia. We've got Cuba. We've got talks about Mexico, about Canada. All of these things flooding the zone. And at some point, if we start putting everybody everywhere, that's when the market starts to freak out and goes, what is happening right now? And if that happens, that's when companies start tightening everything up and they go, let's cut the fat right now. And then we have a downward spiral effect, right?
And a recession.
Yeah, exactly. We got a snowball effect.
And the stock market will go down. That's the worst case scenario. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But in these times, you never know.
I'm a pessimist.
I never thought I'd see what's happening in Minneapolis in my entire lifetime in America. So I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Right after we just invaded a country and took the sitting
president. Never thought I'd see that either. And again, I want to say for Venezuela, I'm not skilled enough to tell you yet if that's a good or a bad thing.
Oh, I don't think nobody's mad about the outcome.
Yeah.
They're just concerned about the way we got there.
Minneapolis, what's going on there? Horrendous. We should be ashamed of ourselves. All right, Governor Katie Hobbs joined us in studio. Talk to the Governor segment. We talked about making Arizona more affordable, and we certainly talked about ICE. What is her plan if they come here? Next, we'll play some.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
It's one thing to save for retirement. It's entirely another thing to be ready for retirement. Hey, it's Bruce St. James, and Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan. A plan that wasn't about guesswork. It was about peace of mind. Their fiduciary advisors sat down with me, explained everything in terms that I could understand, gave me options, asked me questions, and never once did they try to sell me something I didn't need. I'm a client now, and I refer my friends and family to them because I couldn't be any happier. If you want a clear path forward, well, call Trajan Wealth today. The number is 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered, investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You stand next to your windows, your vantage into the outside world, and you notice the closer you get to the glass, the more the temps feel like what's happening outside and less like what your thermostat is set to inside. Now is the best time to replace your windows. Get them installed before the heat hits and start saving on your energy bills today. Advanced Window Products celebrating 40 years as a local family-owned Arizona company. Since 1986, they've been building custom vinyl replacement windows right here and selling direct to homeowners. No middleman. No markup games. Most homes installed in just one day. Advanced Window Products. They build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. That's labor, glass, parts, all of it covered, even transferable when you sell the home. And right now, take advantage of their New Year special. Get $1,250 off 5 or more windows or up to $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more. Financing available, payments as low as $150 a month. Call 480-746-4280. That's 480-746-4280 or advancedwindows.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource. Harsh desert water makes a LifeSource whole house water system an essential home appliance. A LifeSource system filters and conditions your water and will improve your family's life and protect your home. We build, install, and stand behind every system. So start your new year right. Call our U.S. factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
The holidays are a time to be joyful. However, for many, this can be a very difficult time. At Revival Psychiatry, we understand and want you to know that you are not alone. From personalized diagnosis and therapy to medication management and non-invasive ketamine treatments, we're here for you. In-person and telehealth options available. We accept most insurance plans. Revival Psychiatry. Compassionate care that meets you where you are. Learn more at revivalpsych.com.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:31. I'm Melody Burkett.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Fresh off delivering her State of the State address, Governor Katie Hobbs continues to push for a middle-class tax cut. She exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos we'll begin to see the math later this week.
My budget is going to come out on Friday, and we'll show how we're paying for these middle-class tax cuts that Arizonans deserve. Because I know Arizonans are struggling as much or more than the state is right now.
The governor says the focus should be on middle-class families. See the entire interview on KTAR's YouTube channel. Former Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich has died at the age of 59 after suffering a heart attack, a staunch Republican.
Joe Biden has incentivized and decriminalized an activity that is legal border crossing, and that's why we're seeing this dramatic spike. And every single month now we're saying it's a new record, it's a new record.
Brnovich served as state attorney general from 2015 until 2023. His office would investigate election fraud following the 2020 presidential vote, finding no proof of fraud, though he claimed there were serious vulnerabilities in the system. Last year, Brnovich was nominated by the White House to serve as ambassador to Serbia. That nomination was later pulled.
We're shocked. We're heartbroken.
Reacting to the death of Mark Brnovich, prominent Republican tells KTAR he didn't believe the news when he first heard it.
That from Arizona Senate President Warren Peterson, who says he learned Brnovich had passed away before the public and was in disbelief at the news. Reflecting on the death of the former Arizona AG, Peterson says,
Mark Brnovich left incredible legacy here in the state of Arizona. He was a beloved father, husband, and he was a great elected official, a great attorney general.
Peterson adds he was one of the first people to endorse Brnovich's 2014 run for statewide office, describing him as a strong conservative leader whose service to the state will be remembered. Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Back to work this evening for the Phoenix Suns, who are in Miami taking on the Heat. Right now, the Suns are behind 50-65. Catch all the action right now on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. The Grand Canyon University men are also on the court tonight. They're in New Mexico to take on the Lobos. Tip-off is set for 7 p.m. The Arizona Diamondbacks have acquired 10-time Gold Glove third baseman Nolan Arenado from the St. Louis Cardinals. From the NFL, Pittsburgh Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin says he's stepping down after 19 seasons. Sports is brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And now for a check on traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101 Agua Fria, southbound near Thomas Road. Phoenix again with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near 7th Street. Mesa with a crash on the left-hand shoulder, Loop 101, Price Freeway, southbound near Rio Salado Parkway. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes. Notice changes in your loved one or think they'd enjoy more friends and activity? Visit beatitudescampus.org and see how special this community is. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear tonight, the low 45, sunny the remainder of the week, and we could see record-breaking temperatures tomorrow with a high of 79. Right now it's 66 in Chandler. Conditions are perfect for a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp, and new numbers from the federal government show the Valley's inflation rate is at its highest point in almost a year and a half. So what drove up our costs? Join LaDonna, Harvey, and me for Arizona's Morning News Wednesday.
All right, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Got a podcast powered by Revival Psychiatry. Go check it out. We've got Chris Merrill in from the Chris and Joe Show, as Bruce is out today. So earlier we had a chance to sit down, talk to the governor of the great state of Arizona, Katie Hobbs. And by the way, you check out our YouTube page, all that kind of stuff, because you can go and see it, watch it, and listen to it. We're going to play a few minutes of Hobbs. And Chris, we started with ICE. I mean, I don't know how do you not start with ICE?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big.
You have to.
It's a big thing, yeah.
Again, big fan of law enforcement. I am not a fan of what I'm seeing from ICE. Not any of it. None of it. So I started the conversation with Hobbs this way. What is your message? If ICE is listening right now, what is your message? Because I don't want to see Arizona streets turn into what is happening in Minneapolis.
You are absolutely right. And look, I just want to first say I've seen the reporting. I've reached out to the administration, and I can't confirm anything about their plans here. When there is information to confirm, we will be out there in front letting Arizonans know what's happening. Mm-hmm. There's nothing to confirm about increased activity here right now. That being said, I'm horrified, like many Americans, about what we've seen in Minneapolis. And my message that I will reiterate is when Trump ran, he promised to go after the worst of the worst. And what we're seeing is not that. And what we're seeing actually seems to be making communities more unsafe, going after people indiscriminately, rounding them up for no other reason than they're trying to meet deportation quotas and check some political points, is not making us safer. And I welcome law enforcement when they're focused on keeping our communities safer.
Governor Hobbs, our guest here on Outspoken, Bruce St. James and Gatos. Chris Merrill in for Bruce today. You made mention of reaching out to the administration, and you haven't had any communication back from them. How normal is that? I mean, would it surprise you if all of a sudden one day you wake up and you've got additional ICE officers walking the streets? I feel like this administration doesn't really care what the governors of the states think.
Well, they have been communicative with us. So what I can say, I didn't mean to imply that they haven't gotten back to us. We've had conversations to try to confirm anything that we're hearing. There's not anything to confirm right now.
Where do those rumors get started then? Is that just activists on the street passing those things along?
I don't want to point blame anywhere. I think that there's just a lot of speculation because the administration has acted in ways that don't necessarily make a lot of sense, and they have carried out activities without letting us know. And so we've constantly tried to make sure that we're on top of communication with them.
Governor Katie Hobbs is joining us in studio every couple of weeks, talk to the governor. I'm a big fan of law enforcement. I actually like what Donald Trump did on the border. Mm-hmm. I think you share that too. The border's never been better. But dragging people out of cars by a bunch of thugs, I am not for. This is not what law enforcement does. I think these guys in ICE need a babysitter. Can you bring the National Guard in to babysit these guys?
Well, I certainly would not hesitate to use the National Guard to help ensure safety and orderliness in our communities if that needs to happen. It's not their job to babysit.
Right.
But we certainly are having...
We're in different times now, though.
Yeah. No, I understand. We have to make sure that they're... If we're saying one organization is not acting lawfully, we can't break the law to bring in another organization to monitor them.
Or do you? If they're going to break the law, how do we keep Arizonans safe? Because what I've seen in Minneapolis, they picked up a young man in Target who was an American citizen. They threw him in the car. They beat him up in the car, and then they dumped him about a block away, and he walked back, and he was bludgeoned. And he wasn't charged with anything. He didn't do anything wrong. We might have to fight fire with fire, and I don't like that.
Yeah.
But again, I also don't like untrained masked men taking Arizona citizens out of a car when they don't deserve it.
I agree with you.
So what can we do?
I am very concerned about public safety. I cannot, and there's not, any elected official who tells you I can keep ICE out of Arizona, they're not telling the truth.
Right.
We can't. They're federal agents. They can come in here. We have to be prepared. We are working with our law enforcement agencies to be prepared and ensure that people are safe. Law enforcement is safe. People showing up to express their displeasure are safe, and that we maintain orderliness in our communities.
Have you talked to some of the police chiefs around town about what they think of what's happening in Minneapolis?
I don't want to disclose, private conversations. We've had conversations when incidents happen, like we've seen it where they go to execute a warrant and there's increased community visibility because the community doesn't know what's happening, and usually local police are there to make sure everyone's safe. And we've had those kind of conversations.
If you see something happening on Camelback Road, if these guys get in here and they start doing what they did in Minneapolis, you go out there and get in the middle of this thing? What do you do?
I mean, I'm not going to speak to hypotheticals. I'm not. I don't think that's a good way to operate. I think I can just say, and I can assure Arizonans, we are preparing for every scenario, and we're going to do everything we can to keep folks safe.
All right, that is Governor Katie Hobbs in studio every 2 weeks, an outspoken exclusive with Bruce and Gatos. We get 15 minutes with her every couple weeks, and let's ask her the business of Arizona. And certainly, what you just heard there was all about ICE. If you want to go and check out our podcast, it's powered by Revival Psychiatry. You can go check it out at the KTAR News app or KTAR.com or wherever you get your podcasts. We went into education. We went into her State of the State. And Chris handled the taxes because, the tax cuts, because you understand that better than I do.
I know, I did. And listen, the flash and flare, the razzle, the dazzle, that's all Gatos. But when it comes to the meat on the bone.
Yeah, I get it.
That's where you got to have this guy.
I agree.
This guy.
I agree.
She just made a lot of promises in her State of the State. And then she wanted to, sort of enhance public safety while cutting $200 million out of the budget. I don't know if you remember last year. Again, it's tax, kind of boring. But the budget, the Republicans put forth a budget bill that was like $17.1 billion or something. And she said no. And the Democrats wanted 17.6. And now she's saying, we can cut another $200 million. Well, then what'd you fight for last time around?
Yep.
Right?
And you can hear her answer when you go and check it out. All right. All right. Coming up next, Phoenix, we've got a shopping cart problem. We'll explain it. All coming up.
My shopping cart is full and I don't have the money, or is it empty?
It's next, Chris. It's next. All right, Red Mountain Weight Loss, everybody. Hey, guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. You can start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Super important. You want to feel better. You're getting older. Doesn't mean you have to feel old, right? Get your testosterone checked. And you know what? If you need the testosterone therapy, Red Mountain has the doctors. They're going to hook you up. Plus, you can get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. When you mention Gatos, that's a $299 value. So, very simple. A lot of different ways that you can contact Red Mountain Weight Loss. You can go to redmountainweightloss.com. You can book your video appointment today. You can dial pound 250 on your phone and use the keyword Red Mountain.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Rosie on the house. Saturday mornings means it's time for Rosie on the house, an Arizona tradition since 1988.
Starting at 8, it's 3 hours of information packed about your Arizona home. Whatever it is you're trying to do around your house, home, castle, or cabin, we've probably tried to do it before, and we can help you do it and do it Rosie right. Right here, Rosie on the house.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
Start the year moving, not hurting.
If joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Imagine this instead. You're moving better, stronger, planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January's supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:45, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. There may be a link between an increased use of nicotine pouches among young people like Zyn and social media use. Researchers monitored sales and social media from 2021 to 2023. They found that there was a spike in 2023 after TikTok videos featuring nicotine pouches went viral. ABC News medical contributor Dr. Darian Sutton says, while the study didn't conclude a direct link between nicotine pouches and social media use, it showed that the pouches may be a part of youth culture.
The main reason why we advise against this as physicians is because nicotine can have really bad effects on the brain, and the brain doesn't stop developing until your mid-20s. There are receptors that nicotine interacts with, and that can mess with emotional regulation and stress.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Chandler with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 202 Santan Freeway eastbound near State Route 87. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Agua Fria southbound near Thomas Road. And Mesa with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound near Rio Salado Parkway. This report is brought to you by Primavera Online. 25 years in, Primavera delivers what families actually need. Flexible, tuition-free, online K-12 education. Choose Primavera.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News.
An Arizona senator responds to the censure letter with a lawsuit. Mark Kelly files a suit against the U.S. Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, just 1 week after he was censured. KTAR's legal analyst, Barry Markson, says he believes Kelly will prevail.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, want you to head over to KTAR.com. Right side of the page, we do the Gatos Big Q. It's been cold and windy in the Valley. Have you turned on your heat yet? Yes or no? Chris Merrill is in for Bruce.
Am I supposed to guess
Yeah,
the
take
percentage?
a guess. What do you think?
It's just a yes or no.
Yeah, have you turned on your heat yet?
I am going to say 81% yes.
71% yes.
That's close.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
That's
that was
good.
close. Yeah.
No, that's like the last 2 weeks I've definitely turned the heat on.
I don't do it.
Like, you don't do it at all?
I don't turn the heat on.
Okay. In the morning? Because I don't want the heat on.
It's the coldest.
Yeah, see, I don't want the heat on necessarily when I'm sleeping.
Yeah.
But my wife doesn't want the heat on when she's sleeping. She likes it cold.
Yeah, I do
but
too.
when I wake up in the
That's
morning,
good.
I want that heat.
That's when it keeps getting. I sleep with the windows open, the heat off
Oh,
right
my
now.
gosh,
I got the
man.
windows
No.
open in my bedroom. Yep, absolutely. I close the windows in the rest of the place.
Okay.
But the bedroom window is open.
That's crazy.
And I just love
Wow.
it. But
It's like 40 degrees.
I got that stupid CPAP.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate that thing. And then, it puts, for people that don't have these CPAPs, for sleep apnea,
Right.
it's got a humidifier on it. So it puts so you don't dry out when you're sleeping.
Right.
The problem is when it's cold, it's got that warm air, that humid. So all of a sudden I get that.
Oh, yeah.
They call it raining. It sounds like crackling in the hose. And then all of a sudden you're sucking droplets of air. It's disgusting.
It's gross.
Wake up in the middle of the night and I got that going
Close
on.
the windows.
I don't want that.
You can have a coyote right next to you.
I did last night. I had Javelina outside the window.
Oh,
I could hear them. I could hear them
crazy,
rooting
right?
around outside my window. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do we have a Phoenix? Does Phoenix have a shopping cart problem? Because there's a new law that it is going to start January 15th, this Thursday, and it's going to require retailers to track carts and prevent abandonment. So you've got homeless people that are taking the carts and they're using them for whatever they're owning, and they're walking away with them. And a lot of them are found in alleyways and next to bus stops. And I didn't know this. How many shopping carts do you think were ditched last year?
Got to be a couple hundred. I mean, right? It's a big
You
valley.
would think,
Gotta
right?
be a couple hundred.
You would think.
All
A couple
right.
hundred, right?
How many is it then?
It's not even close to a couple hundred. Take a listen.
See them in alleyways, next to bus stops, dumped in canals.
I see them everywhere. Yeah, like on alleyways, in my neighborhood.
Most of the time, the homeless people will take them and they'll use them for their items and stuff like that, and then they'll leave them just in all type of kind of strange places.
Abandoned shopping carts are a serious problem in the city of Phoenix, with roughly 8,000 ditched carts scooped off city streets every
Oh, I can't believe that.
year.
8,000?
8,000.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. Woo! I did not see that happen.
No, I didn't either. So there's this new technology. It helps track the carts.
Yeah.
It's like a GPS tracker.
Like an ankle monitor for
yeah, for a cart.
Okay.
Yeah. And so if these carts are left around, I guess they'll find out which store it's from, and the store will be fined if they're just left out somewhere between 25 and 50. 25 and 50.
50?
For every cart returned by the city. They have a hotline for the carts now. You can call. This is not a joke. Because if it was a joke, I think it'd be a stupid joke. I don't think it'd be that funny. There is actually a hotline, 1-800-THE-CART. And it's been set up for you, the public, to report abandoned shopping carts around neighborhoods. 1-800-THE-CART. We should have called that.
Is there a website? Only carts?
Yeah. You're right?
Yeah.
Only carts. Yeah.
What's this cart up to?
This is a good cart.
Yeah, you like that cart, don't you? You like that cart.
Great wheels.
Oh, what good wheels. Yeah.
Because every cart that you...
Nice rack.
Yeah. Well, all right. I think we probably...
No? Did that cross the line?
I mean, we're close to the end of the show.
The end of the show.
It's probably on...
Is this thing...
This probably could have gone without that.
Nobody listening.
Nobody listening. I hope not. I hope there are people listening. Did you have fun today?
I did. Thank you.
Good.
$25 or $50 per cart.
25 or 50. Yeah.
But how much does it cost to put the GPS trackers? Because I feel like
$1,000 a cart.
I was going to say maybe you're better off just
seriously
keep watching your carts get thrown in the canal.
Yeah, I didn't know we had a problem like that. I mean, I see a cart once in a while. You know what I'm going to start doing? I'm going to start on my way home. Counting carts.
I'm going to pick them up and hold them ransom.
Can I make money if I return
Absolutely.
them myself?
I mean, I want you to think about this. If the city is going to charge $50, why don't you pick the cart up and say, I'll sell it back to you for $30, and I won't rat you out. Now you're making money and they're saving money.
Side hustle.
That's right.
All right.
It's a gig economy.
Well, you worked enough today. Go home.
I did. I'm done.
You going to be back with Huizenga at 2?
As far as I know.
Okay.
God willing, the creek don't rise.
All right. Thanks for hanging
a lot,
out
buddy.
today.
I appreciate that.
It was fun. All right. We're back tomorrow, 4 till 7. Outspoken with the Bruce and Gatos. And I'll just say this. You're all lucky to have me.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you live or work in Superior, Porter's is where you eat. We love serving the community that's meant so much to our family for generations. Having the Resolution Mine here has been a great thing. More business in town means more business for us, our suppliers, the hotels, really all of our neighbors. Projects like this drive the whole economy around here.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602 the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Your home is your number one asset. And if you're going to upgrade it, do it right. Advanced Window Products, helping Arizona homeowners improve comfort, efficiency, and curb appeal for 40 years. Family-owned, local, specializing in custom vinyl replacement windows and doors, built in their Arizona factory and installed by their own team. No subcontractors, no middleman markups, using only the highest quality glass you can find, Cardinal glass. Also made right here in the Valley. Now, most homes can be completed in just one day, and every window comes with a lifetime warranty, serviced by their local team. That's labor, glass, parts, all included. Plus, the warranty is transferred if you ever sell your home. And during their New Year's special, save $1,250 off 5 or more windows, or up to $2,500 off when you purchase 10 or more. Financing as low as 0%. You save now, pay later with payments as low as $150 a month. That's probably about how much you're wasting in power bills right now. Call 480-746-4280. 480